All right, please tell me to. Oh no! Oh. What is that thing in my driveway? Elon Musk says, "Oh, that thing? Oh, that's a Tesla Model Y. It's my sort of crossover thing. Oh yeah, it looks so nice parked in my driveway." Sarcasm. And he reaches up to do the old eggnog thing. And then Elon says, "Now don't you go falling in love with that thing, because I'm gonna be taking it with us when we leave here next year." And then Trump just goes, like, Queen Pib, in stereo where available. And where not available, it's not in stereo. There's nothing we can do about that, so don't blame us. We have no control over it. Call your internet service provider if there's some sort of a problem, or the local Twitch server. But if they're not giving you stereo and you want stereo, that's your problem, not ours. Don't bug us. Complain to your congressman or Newt Gingrich, like I'm sure he'd care. Ha! But we don't want to get any letters. Understand? Good.
Viewer's discretion is advised.
Why you gotta wear them, like what, the tits? And to all my haters, I'm sorry the airplanes couldn't kill me. God, you little freak! Don't keep shooting all the Nazis! Big mystery, who could say? From the... We weren't ready! Oh. Stop it! What you gonna do? Yes, it's gay to drink alcohol. You drink gay. Mr. Gorbachev, I have pissed myself.
About time we said goodnight.
Tail! I am going to pull your fingernails out! 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2...
Queen Pip is filmed on location with the Queen of Retro Game Broadcasting. All shows are broadcast 4 nights a week in a court of Pip.
I shouldn't even be goddamn live tonight. Thank God for hotspots. Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time of day it is. Welcome to the show. Hope you're having a good day so far.
Insert switch to joke, or Elon v Trump joke, here.
Exactly, whichever one. Flana, thank you for the 40 months. Welcome back. So I shouldn't have even been here tonight, and that sign back there should have gotten reduced all the way back to 0, because my home internet went down, and it doesn't usually do that. I think it's only gone down once since we got this particular home internet. We actually switched to another option we had in the area after it finally pissed me off, which was the night Henry Kissinger died. And of course, the last time my home internet went down like this, Henry Kissinger died. So I'm just saying. Who's to say what happens? But let's start from the top and make it drop. See what we got here bright and early on a Thursday. We'll discuss whatever the hell it is we're doing this evening. Per the lovely Comic Sans note you saw up in the corner, my home internet is down. I'm running off a hotspot. So, the show could theoretically end at any moment. I will probably institute a hard cap of about 4 hours just to protect any data plan on this thing. But I was surprised. Like I couldn't access Blue Sky. Like I couldn't even post a go live over there. I had to go to my phone and do it. But I mean, the Twitch connection seems to work. The chatbot seems happy. So hey, that's good enough for me. All right, what do we got here? We got Chef, Display Salad, Crazy Two Shades, Ravaging Marvel, Nook, welcome on in. Hey, Reiko Mori, Pizzo, Bell Blue, Sastrus, welcome on in. Ooh.
Can we just put Trump and Musk into an electrified kennel from hell match and resurrect the ghost of New Jack to be the special guest referee?
I mean, it's worth a discussion. Golden Loki, thank you to 45 months. Welcome back. Every font says it's placed in the universe. Even Comic Sans, just not your designs. Yeah, no kidding. We have Rekomori, Pizzo, Bell Blue, Sassarus, La Bomba. Welcome on in. Hello to who else we got? Of course, I see Vector Man. Trump just tweeted for Elon to go back to Africa. The slap fight is, oh yeah, the girlies are fighting. Yeah, we'll get to talking about that and other stuff in a second here. Hello, Flex Retro as well. You can't get Jurassic Park back online without Dennis Nedry. Damn it, did I not remember the password? The secret code, whatever the fuck the line was. I see Ashenish Photo, King Monster, Bunny Cartoon. Welcome on in as well. Still scoring. I see Vintage Vixen Shop. Of course, Flana, thank you for the 40 months. Hello, Snazzy Glasses as well. A Lulu Snoo. Grace 2. Hey, you're all rhyming. I love it. Malga Man as well. Welcome on in. And Astru as well. Oh, hang on.
Praise be to the Queen. Long live Queen Peep.
Daryl Snell, thank you very much for the 30 months. Welcome back. There, I think we're all caught up. So, where do I start? Maybe we should start with why that text is up there in the first place. So, like I said, about an hour and a half ago, we discover, oh shit, the home internet is down. Which Rio is really happy about because this is the day where she had to work some overtime because there was a network outage at her job like 2 days ago. So she was hoping to make up some time today and tomorrow. And, well, clearly now that's not going to fucking happen tonight. Because the hotspot won't work with her computer because IT security reasons. So she can't work. And that being said, we did get the hotspot exclusively for these kind of situations. We're like, I'm all dolled up and I still want to do a fucking show. Now, normally, had the internet gone down about 15 earlier than it did, I would not be in drag. However, I was already starting to get into drag when the internet went down. So I went, well, fuck it, I may as well keep going. Best case scenario, we do the hotspot. Worst case scenario, I don't know, I can record something for YouTube or something. One or the other we figured out. And as you can see, the hotspot seems to be doing its job. It's doing the job it was intended for, to keep the show on the air if it should need to be done so. And I was almost thinking about getting rid of it because I was like, wow, my home internet's so reliable. I'm never going to need this thing. Boy, am I glad I didn't do that. So there you go. Regional monopolies and shit. What are you going to do? So, of course, the other news of the day, and I would have loved to have brought up no shortage of skeets on the matter and possibly also tweets, but I can't access Blue Sky because apparently Blue Sky and my hotspot aren't getting along. The story of the day is that Trump and Elon are fighting. On a long enough timeline, you knew this was going to happen. I mean, look. Elon's a power-crazed moron, and Trump, well, he's Trump, and to be quite honest, Elon's got no leverage, because, like, I mean, there was a time where Trump did need Elon. That day is gone. The minute he got elected, he stopped needing Elon for anything. He doesn't need him anymore. His quote-unquote legacy is cemented. He doesn't need Elon anymore. And now he's pissing Elon off with his big, beautiful budget, which is apparently full of things that piss Elon off. So now Elon's apparently coming down from some sort of ketamine high or something. He's called Trump a pedophile, amongst other things. And, like I said, this is very much a let them fight situation. So, what I wanted to do before my home internet went down is I had already resolved myself to the idea that we wouldn't be playing Saints Row 2 this evening, because I was thinking there's a show format I've been playing around with doing. It's called Going Over the Evil Overlord List. And if you know what the Evil Overlord List is, it's basically a giant list of things that generally fictional villains do in media that you're not supposed to do. and we were going to take the piss out of it for somewhat obvious reasons, while, doing coverage of Elon and Trump being a bunch of messy bitches with each other. But now that my home internet's not being so reliable, that's out as an option. So tonight we're just gonna, I was like, I'm not playing Xanadu again, okay? Y'all have seen me play Xanadu enough. We'll just play Super Mario Brothers 3. Especially because that's another great kind of game where I can just stop it and just talk about fucking stupid things. Usually it's the greatest when messy bitches fight, but not like this, not like this. I don't know, I kind of like it, because I don't know anymore as well. Welcome on, and Maxwell as well. Clockwork Sorcerer, you adore the outfit, why thank you. The best thing I seen about it was apparently somebody posted on Twitter was, this is like Kendrick versus Drake, but with two Drakes. And I don't think there's a more apt descriptor than that, to be quite honest. So basically, what's happening right now, no, you would enjoy more if one or more didn't have access to literal bombs. Trump isn't going to bomb Elon. If anything, Trump could legally have Elon deported because of reasons I'm not going to get into right now. But the long and short of it is that, yeah, Trump is trying to pass some budget that it basically jack up the deficit, because that's what fucking Republicans do. And it's full of things that Elon doesn't like, and Elon's all up in his fifis, and this bill passed the House. Now, this bill still has to pass the Senate, where apparently it's seeing some, pushback. And Elon wants this thing dead. Trump wants this thing passed because it's his fucking budget. Now, the problem is Elon is extremely overextended, and he's overplayed his hand. Again, as I pointed out to you at this point, Trump no longer has any need of Elon. Technically, he didn't have any need for Elon the minute he got elected, but now he really doesn't. And now he doesn't really want him around because he's got the stink of a loser on him, because Elon lost the special election for the state Supreme Court seat up in Wisconsin back in like April or something. So MAGA's turned on Trump too. I mean, like I said, I'll have to verify some of these things after the show, but Trump arguably does not need Elon anymore. And as you can see, Trump doesn't seem to mind pissing him off. Now, the problem is Elon needs Trump more than Trump needs Elon. Trump arguably does not need Elon anymore, but the problem is Elon is overextended. Elon, a lot of his fortunes and his stock prices are tied directly to government contracts and government subsidies. So let me have a look at what Tesla stock price is in overnight trading right now, because it was down almost $50, and okay, it's starting to rally a little, but like, the problem is all Trump has to do is turn off a couple government contracts and then a couple government subsidies, and Tesla stock price goes into the fucking toilet. And you know what goes into the fucking toilet? If his stock price goes down, he could lose control of Twitter, or whatever the fuck it's called these days. And of course, countless other things as well. So all Trump has to do is just shut the fuck up and let Elon continue to just, fucking implode on himself and whatever. But yeah, like I said, I don't have access to a lot of new information right now. I will see if I can occasionally refresh a news browser throughout the evening, just so I can see if, I don't know. Like, all jokes aside, I would unironically put Elon on suicide watch tonight. I'm not even joking. Like, this isn't a joke. Like, the guy is clearly coming down from something, and he's just gone nuclear. And if a sober second thought ever enters his head, I'm a little more worried than usual. I mean, look, I'm live talking to electric sticks, so I'm not supposed to wish harm around another person, okay? And make sure in chat that you don't write that in themselves, because remember, we're live on a website. There are terms of service. I'm not saying anyone's done that. I'm just saying be cognizant of that. Obviously, we don't want any harm to ever come to anyone in the history of anything ever, but like, I would legit be concerned for his personal well-being, I would just say. So there you go. Let me just see if CNN's got anything on their front page, because like, I don't want to do too much See, again, I'm on a hotspot, so I'm uploading all the time. So I want to make sure I'm not always downloading. I got to police my data usage here. Just says Trump-Musk feud explodes into public view. Trump retorts, go ahead and make my day. Trump is in the Epstein files. Of course, the funny thing is, now he's like, he's in the Epstein files. That's why they won't release him. No, they won't release the Epstein files because Clinton's in the Epstein files. At least that's why the Democrats won't pounce on it, because they're convinced they still need Bill Clinton for some fucking reason. So I don't know. So it's just, of course, the other wonderful counter argument is like, Trump is in the Epstein files. That's why they haven't been released. And it feels like that moment in Glenn Ross where Kevin Spacey kind of looks down, takes a beat, and then I'm just paraphrasing here. How do you know I'm in the Epstein files? You know? One of those things like, how do you know he's in that? Have you been suppressing that information? No. Mr. Free Speech Boy would never do that. All right, we'll shitpost more about this as the program goes on here. We're going to take a short break from your local sponsor. When we get back, we'll get into the action with Mario 3. We'll be right back.
Come on down to Kunkelman Chevrolet. We now have Jaguars. We have Panther bodies. We have Fox bodies. We have Cougars. Whether you just inherited a fat stack of California cabbage from a dearly departed relative, or you just got your first big boy job at your dad's paper refinery and need to show former classmates you're making career money at 19, let us talk you into something unreasonably fast for just $99,999.29.25. Any make, any model, it's all the exact same price at Kunkelman Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Oldsmobile, Suzuki, Harley, Davidson. We have used cars, we have luxury cars, we have LS swap power wheels, we have divorce. Infidelity is a choice, Rebecca, and you gave me no option but to choose it. Cure your loneliness with a weapons-grade dose of acceleration and treat the turnpike as your own personal Nürburgring. Because speeding tickets are more affordable than ever and the points just fall off like brisket from the bone. At least that's what our friend who took the LSAT tells us. Lose your right to federal assistance at Kunkelman Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Tesla, Duesenberg, Pete Davidson. Come down to the only unregistered used car dealership with supercharged power and sales associates with names like Jason, Raymond, and Shane. Come get these withering handshakes and coffee so hot you can't drink it, with powdered creamer so lumpy it rests at the bottom of the cup like sunken treasure. Find the X and dig up savings at Kunkelman Chevrolet. Buick, GMC, Hyundai, Suzuki, Kia, Jaguar, but not Ford or Land Rover. When you're gone off that perk 30 and have a handle of wild turkey and the spousal support check comes through in the mail, you just gotta hit on eHarmony and insurance approved your Cialis prescription, that's when you know it's time to treat yourself to a Jaguar F-Type so you can join your problematic army of professional condom forgetters. That price is so rock bottom they bust through the Earth's core, come out the other side and go sky high again. We know where you live! At Kunkelman Chevrolet, but with Riz. There's no half-assing here. This is double cheeks, fully loaded, ready to make it clap like the plane just landed. So clear your search history and burn anything you don't want used against you, and come on down to Kunkelman Chevrolet. Buick, GMC, Oldsmobile, Land Rover, but not Jaguar. Ford, Suzuki, Ford, Tesla, Jaguar, but never Land Rover, Chrysler, Ridge Racer, Ford a third time. Off Route 425-2529, Harrisburg.
Also, can you tell that tonight's outfit was designed more in mind that I thought I'd be doing the Evil Overlord list, which is why I'm wearing this? And then, you know, my home internet decided to take a dump, and I'm like, well, I'll just keep wearing the outfit. It'll just won't look like it makes sense in context. For anyone who might be new here, I am Queen Piv, Patricia, Inga, Bogach. You may also call me Trish. I'm the queen of the retro, the queen of the ways of the old, and your time on this channel, this fat lip, fat hip, fat boobied, fat booty channel is, of course, and is always well-wasted. Welcome on in. I put the broad in broadcast to the whole and wholesome H for my own hubris, and though these breasticles may be fake, the retro is real. That's the real Nintendo, and it's hooked up in a real dumbest manner to make it look and sound as bad as it used to. And we're using it to play Super Mario Bros. 3 this evening. We were gonna be doing, Saints Row, but then I wanted to change the format, and then we were gonna do basically just chatting, but then my internet went down. I'm like, F it, we'll just do this. We're arresting Bowser, evidently. Oh yeah, happy Switch 2 Day for everyone who's celebrating the Switch 2. No, I did not buy one. No, I will not be buying one anytime soon. It's a lot of money for something I don't personally see myself enjoying, because, I mean, there's too many goddamn games for Switch 1 I haven't bothered to play. Why the piss would I get a Switch 2? See what I mean? And per the little note down there in the bottom of the screen that you may be able to see, my home internet is down, so we're running off a hotspot. If the show ever goes down, it's probably not coming back up. For tonight, that is. So, just making sure you all know that. This is Super Mario Bros. 3, released in 1988. I feel like I don't have to explain it more than that. I mean, it's Super Mario Bros. 3. I mean, it's the Citizen Kane of gaming. So, I mean, it has to be there. Otherwise, you know, what's the fucking point of it all? Oh, yes, it is also Ronald Reagan Death Day. So, also a happy Ronald Reagan Death Day to everyone who celebrates that as well. Also, tonight's, remember, I'm wearing this badge because it is my commission from the Gay Mafia to enforce the will of the Gay Mafia. I was thinking about playing that Mr. President game tonight, but well, that was before my internet went down. And it turns out that game doesn't have controller support. And, you know, that game may be a little bit too close to edgelord for tonight. Rosebud Luigi. Yes, the last name in Brothers. Is this the Mario game with Bob Hoskins and John Leguizamo? Yeah, it's definitely it. Alright, so again, this is Mario Bros. 3. I'll just play the goddamn thing. You know, I wouldn't go so far as to say it's a game I could mentally play on autopilot and talk about other things, but yeah, it's pretty close to that. So, yeah, like we all know, Trump and Elon are fighting. Or, I don't know. At last check, it was more like Elon was complaining, and Trump was just like, look, I got more important things to do right now. I have to pretend I give a shit about running a country. I'll deal with your bullshit when I feel like it. Something then, you know, one of those things. Like, I have been a firm believer for a very long time. It's not just my idiom, it's everyone's idiom, that the worst thing you could do to an artist is nothing. And up until I'd say about last year, I would say that is 100% true. That the worst thing you could do to an artist is nothing. Like, suppose you like me. And, well, actually, you know, let me change the dynamic. Suppose for a minute you don't like me. Maybe you're one of my haters. Now, if you're in the unique position to be one of my haters, you could be like, what do you mean doing nothing to you would be the worst thing? How could that be worse than doing something? Trump is posting on Truth Social about how mediocre Musk... Oh, he's mediocre Musk. Oh no, he's got a nickname! See, early on in the morning, we thought this was a work. We thought this was kayfabe. We thought this was all just like a scripted little mini beef for like engagement farming and clips and the drama and stuff. But once Musk started accusing Trump of being a pedophile, and if Trump's now calling him mediocre Musk, oh no, this is a real fight now. Okay, so maybe Trump is like, all right, I'm done working for the day. It's time for shit posting. I'm going to give myself a little treat. I'm going to go on my little website that I use. Did you know that I have my own website, Elon? I don't need you for your website. Ironically, this is another fucking unwittingly smart thing Trump has done, and I can't believe I'm using the word Trump and smart in the same sentence. Believe me, it kills me more than you know to have to say that Trump did a smart. But One of the smartest things Trump has ever done was after Elon went, okay, Trump, I bought this website and I bought Twitter and I banned you from it. Please use it. Trump, I don't know that he ever really did. He kept using his own website. And to Trump's credit, that was very smart. Because it meant that you still had to use his website to get, his opinions on things. Because if Trump went over and started using Twitter again, it would completely devalue his own website. So, when I say that Trump did it smart by not really going back to Twitter, that's what I mean. I'm not saying that he's a genius for doing it. It's that he protected the value of his own website. But it also means he doesn't have to worry about keeping Elon happy in order to get his messaging out because he already established his own ecosystem. A dual power structure, if you will. That sort of thing. You know what I'm getting? Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, I'll go up there. What the hell do I care? Anyway, what point was I making before this? Right, so, where's this goddamn thing? There's supposed to be a thing. Where the piss? Oh, it's there, okay. But anyway, right, what was I talking before I mentioned the whole Trump unironically doing a smart, So yeah, the day started out, they were feuding, they're being messy bitches, and, fuck, I really wish I could go back a minute and a half. You never appreciate this until you're a streamer. I wish I could go back a minute and a half to remember what I was talking about. I wish I could remember. He's still gobsmacked that Trump is smarter than Elon. I don't know if he's so much smarter or just slower. Now, the benefit of being slower is that you're not quite as impulsive. This may not be so much that he's smarter, it's just that he may have been slower to react. Which in many situations, you'd prefer to be right than first. That sort of thing. Fuck, I really wish I could remember what I was on about. So, the day started. They're feuding. They're getting messy. He's saying that he's a pedophile. And... God, this is annoying. Twitch, have you got that DVR function installed so I can go back a minute and a half and remember what I was talking about? Actually, there is sort of a way I can find that out. Give me a second here. What if... I need Pib of the past to help me out here. So, I need... Wait, does my own Twitch profile even load? Trump in Epstein file. I don't know if that was it. Give me a second here. Wait, if I pull up the VOD we're doing right now, the dual power structure, no, that weren't it. Okay, I'm pulling up my own VOD here. It's taking a second because, internet restrictions and all that. Using Truth Social versus Twitter. No, it was before that. The worst thing, thank you! Muted Aliens got it! Is this the best Saints Row mod? Isn't it, Zilla? Yeah, my home internet's down, so I figured I'd move on to... I didn't want to commit to doing, Saints Row just in case. Right. So, thank you for reminding me of that. So it used to be the worst thing you could do to an artist was nothing. Now, punchline, the worst thing you can do to an artist now is feed all of the works into generative AI. That is now the worst thing you could do to an artist. But yes, the Trump, I guess, up until about probably an hour ago, was showing a bit more restraint than Elon was. So some of this probably isn't still going to make any sense. But it was, he holds a lot more power in this situation. Anyway, the worst thing before generative AI is the worst thing to do to an artist is do nothing. Now, and that's usually meant as a negative. Like, I'm not saying that if you're one of these lurkers watching my show, I'm not going, you're not doing anything. How dare you? No, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I mean in terms of the worst thing you could do if you hated something was to do nothing. And the reason why that is like, again, if you're one of my haters, all 5 of you, Nah, I'm kidding. There's more like 7 of you. If you say like, oh my god, Pip smells bad, or she doesn't know her retro games, or I don't know, some other weird fucking insult or something, that gives me copy. That gives me something I can work with. You get some of your best copy from your haters. Like, remember last year's Jesus Loves You? Never mind. You can't buy that kind of copy. That was one of the best goddamn feedbacks I ever got in the history of the fucking channel. And it didn't come from somebody who liked me. So, if you don't like me, your actions can still inadvertently help me because it gives me something to work with, or it gives me motivation, or it highlights something I need to fix. Now, if you don't like me and you do nothing, I get nothing I can work with. Like, imagine if I had, like, some glaring fault, like, I don't know, there was a booger hanging out my nose for, like, the last 4 weeks, and you hated me, and you just didn't comment on it. Well, then a booger would still be sitting out of my nose for, like, the next couple weeks until either a nice chatter points it out or whatever. You know? That's why I say, at least up until generative AI came along, that the worst thing you could do to an artist is nothing. Starve them of attention. Give them none of it whatsoever. And I still feel like that's a pretty good... Now, that doesn't mean that doesn't mean if you hate someone, feed all their shit into generative AI. For the love of God, don't do that. Yeah, like that time I forgot to put on blush for an entire show. And now I've switched to this one camera where now the blush look, as heavy as I put it on, now looks quite subtle. Maybe you don't mind the booger. Exactly, Agent Skylorn. Ricky Gervais is having that claim that he beat cancel culture. Like, maybe if you were like, Ricky Gervais, you didn't beat cancer culture. It's just nobody gives a shit about you. I think Gary Busey is more culturally relevant than Ricky Gervais. Like, even if Ricky Gervais wasn't a massive prick, I think I'd still be hard-pressed to try to explain what was the last thing he did, other than being Grand Theft Auto 4. That was 2008. So, bearing in mind that I just said that the worst thing you can do to an artist is nothing, apparently up until a few hours ago, Trump was quite content to, well, not necessarily say nothing about Elon, significantly say a lot less. Now, apparently that may not be the case, but see, he wasn't doing anything, so all Elon can do is just keep chirping and try and see if he can get a rise out of him. You get a Netflix deal? Oh, okay. Ricky was in GTA 4. Yes, Sassarus. There's a stand-up club in Liberty City that if you go to it, either Cat Williams or Ricky Gervais is performing. Hey, False there as well. Welcome on in. The spat between Elon and Trump reminds you of a regular gay spat. I mean, feels like if Mr. Wint and Mr. Kid were fighting. Truth Social has crashed. That's the other thing too, is this is probably the most traffic his site's ever gotten ever. Can I explain the devil's voice redeem? It just means I use a really deep voice modulator. Alright, let's go beat up one of Bowser's damn kids. Damn it, how dare you take away my flame, you little shit. So yeah, I firmly am of the belief that on a long enough timeline, there was clearly going to be some kind of breakup between these two. Between Trump and Elon. It was inevitable. It was just gonna be when. Like, I think conservatives get confused and think that somehow there would be some sort of worldwide unity between fascists and fascist adjacent, which is just fascist with a cuter name. But the problem is like on a long enough timeline, they're all a bunch of predators engaging in predatorial behavior, and at some point, you know, as Randy Savage would say, the cream always rises to the top. Also, excuse me, monitor. Don't go to sleep on me now. The monitor I usually have a preview running on, I basically have a command prompt up, and it's basically doing an endless ping to Google's DNS. And then I'll see if it ever returns a ping that I'll know my home internet's come back. But the monitor went to sleep, so I'm like, wake the fuck up. You caved and just picked up a Switch 2. Now, there's an interesting story about the Switch 2 today, and Falseer, you're in somewhat of a unique position to confirm this for us. So, when you open up your Switch 2, you got the package, and, oh, there's a Switch 2 in this thing, yay! If anyone knows where this is going, shh, don't spoil it. Falseer, where was the actual Switch 2 relative to the packaging? Now, since you just got a Switch 2, you know the answer to that question. On the top, exactly, thank you. Now, I don't know about you, but one of the things that was always a big pain in the ass at PiBCorp is, PiBCorp has a lot of employees, a lot of remote employees. And it's not like they embraced remote work, they're actually doing an RTO mandate for people who are, within the general drive area of, like, New York City and adjacent. But, but like if you're in Arkansas, they're not saying you got to get your ass over here to the East Coast. Shit. It's gonna. Oh, I should have looked up all the solutions for these things online. Okay, which one's the 20? Oop. Fuck. Whatever. So we have this. So when someone new hires in the remote, we ship them, the computer, the keyboard, the mouse, the whole shebang. And we also send them a monitor. Now, the problem is it's very awkward to try and tell a remote employee, hey, could you keep the boxes for all the equipment? And they would probably say, why? Because if we ever fire you, we want you to use that to send the equipment back. It's kind of a defeatist argument. It puts the working relationship immediately on the wrong foot. So then, like anyone else, you get a package. Unless you're terminally millennial brains, you get rid of it. I say it's someone who still has the packaging and Amazon Fire Phone came in. I don't know why. I don't have a good answer to that. Can you apply to work at PiBCorp? You don't want to work at PiBCorp. PiBCorp's fucking stupid. I'm only still there because I get 4 weeks paid vacation a year. But anyway, so because they don't keep the original packaging, if and when someone working remote gets laid off from PiBCorp or fired or whatever the hell, they have to take all their stuff to FedEx, and FedEx repackages it, mails it back to us. And because they don't have the original packaging the monitors came in, FedEx just kind of figures it out with a large assortment of bubble wrap and those weird... What are those weird foam things that build around whatever's in the thing? It's like I hesitate, like this really hard foam casing or something. I mean, if you've been around packaging enough, you know what I'm talking about. But it's basically some kind of doodad that can fill a space and keep things secure. The foam cutouts, sort of. It inflates in such a way that it couldn't really be reused. By the way, Ponko and Smuggy Bear and Ghost, welcome on in. And of course, Red Geist as well. Avoid fill. Yeah, basically. So when we get the equipment back, assuming the monitor even made it back to us in one piece, we can't really put it back in the packaging because it's all FedEx branded stuff. We can't do that. So we basically had this giant glut of used monitors, and management always had a bug up their butt about why do we have to buy new monitors just to ship them out when we have all these perfectly good used monitors? And it took a long time between both just explaining to them and just having failure after failure pile up that it's very difficult to repackage a 24-inch monitor when you don't have the original packaging. Because, like, the original packaging is designed for the monitor. It has a lot of cardboard in it, and it insulates it from the outside of the package so that if, someone drops it or one of the corners gets dented in, the monitor is probably still fine. That sort of thing. And if you don't have the original packaging, then it's just basically trying to solve the old shop class problem of how do you protect the egg that just dropped? Like what do you build to protect the egg? And I'll pretend the egg is the size of a 24-inch flat screen monitor. And we had about a 50% success rate in getting those monitors repackaged. Which meant more often than not, a brand new user would start, they'd get their computer, and then, oh, the monitor's spider-webbed. Well, we sent you a computer and both your monitors arrived broken, so I guess you're shit out of luck for a few days. So, that is why very good protective package will always be important in electronics. Now then, Nintendo designed the Switch 2 packaging so that the LCD of the actual physical Switch 2 sits flush with the top of the box. So what happened is across the river over at Staten Island, a GameStop over there stapled all the pre-order receipts to the top of Switch 2 boxes, which means every Nintendo Switch 2 they sold has 2 holes in the screen. I mean, look, if you told me which of the 5 boroughs this would happen, Staten Island would have been my pick. So that part tracks. Who the heck staples a receipt to a box of a $600 console? I can imagine no shortage of situations where that's a thing, because you're trying to be able to quickly get the things all taken care of so that you can continue working on them. The better question is, what fucking idiot designs packaging so that a $450 to $600 console could be destroyed if anything fell on the top of the box? I mean, yes, you could argue that they shouldn't have been stapling things to the box. And you know what? I'll give you that argument. But Nintendo did them no favors. Like, I don't know. Maybe you fell physically onto the Switch 2 box. You could destroy the screen if it's sitting flush with the top of the package like that. So even if the Staten Island GameStop hadn't done that, it still would have been an abysmal packaging choice. I also think, you know, look, GameStop employees probably aren't paid to give a shit. I mean, it's a wonder that company is still afloat. I mean, that this happened at a GameStop, that this happened at a GameStop is the least surprising part. I could have said this happened at like a bougie retailer, and and that would have been shocking. But that it happened at a GameStop, yeah, that's the least surprising part of the story. Yeah, exactly. And see, Reiko's backing me up on this one. They aren't paid enough to care. So why should they have to, you know? This is the part where I will absolutely have GameStop employees backs on this one. I mean, if the only things I had, you should tape it. Well, the thing is, the stapler is a lot faster than the tape. Especially, look, do you see my nail polish here? You have any idea? Oh, this goes back to the monitor repackaging thing. Do you know the reason why I hated repackaging monitors? Because if any of my fingernails got cut on the packing tape, it ruined my manicure. You know what wouldn't have that problem? A fucking stapler. I'm also noticing that my Stream Deck's button for placing markers isn't working. I'll have to quit. Oh. I'll say I'll have to quit the program and restart it, but I can't play that music because I'm gonna... Okay, Pib, just finish the stage. Then you can have the regular background music playing. I mean, there are sometimes when I honestly don't mind that something's got like old retail stickers on it or something. I'm gonna close my Stream Deck program and bring it back. Give me just a second here, folks. Ooh.
しい24時間シンデレラ
Dr. HD shot.
Ooh la la.
Indeed. Thank you much for the 2-month resub at Tier Tree. Welcome back. Oh. I would hit the applause button, but I'm rebooting the stream deck. Badum tish. Alright, where the fuck is Task Manager? Task Manager, get your ass up here. Ahem. Now I'm getting annoyed. Alright, details. Elgato. E. It's not even fucking running. Alright, come on here, Stream Deck, this week. Come on, this week. Are you up and running now? Hello? Okay, it's thinking about it. It's still thinking about it. Still thinking about it. How about now? Perfect. Maybe? Hello? Okay, it's thinking, apparently. Okay, well, that was the thing. Moving on. Yes, the good old IT solution of turning it off and turning it on and off again. Yes, have you tried turning it off? Anyway. You're thinking of selling Switch 1? I mean, you know, I'm sure he could find a taker. See, the funny thing is, like, one of my biggest beef with Switch 2 is I don't agree with the $450 price tag. I really don't. But the thing is, if the Switch 2 is $450 and the new and regular Switches are still $300, this means the Switch has still retained its value. You probably get $250 for that thing, assuming you didn't trade into GameStop. I mean, Nintendo wasn't thinking about resale when they did that. Whatever it fucking is. What did I say it was? Yeah, Switch, whatever the hell it is. The Wii, the 3DS, whatever the piss it is. So, yeah, retain. Get this son out of here. So yeah, that was a very mind-numbing decision that Nintendo just made the Switch 2 sit flush with the packaging. The base price with the Mario Kart bundle is $780. Yikes. Like, I was talking about this with Rio either last night or today, and I think I mentioned as much on Blue Sky this morning before, you know, the whole Elon Trump thing went down, is, I was meant to go get something else. Anyway, I'll get that after. That it was an easier argument for me to get a Switch in 2020 when I could tell lockdowns were incoming, a new Switch costs $300, and the brand new Animal Crossing game costs $60. So, you know, after like taxes and stuff, you're probably looking at, I don't know, under $400 for what was a brand new Switch and Animal Crossing New Horizons. And as far as pricing goes, that's not horrible. Now, that argument's not going to work quite as easy the next go-around, because the problem is now the starting price for a regular Nintendo Switch 2 is $450, and Animal Crossing, whenever they make one for the Switch, is going to cost $80. You throw on taxes, shipping, Christ knows however much else, the Nintendo Switch Online subscription, you're up to $600 probably. Oh, and then you're probably gonna have to get a memory card. So what? $650? You're in $650, and you've only bought one fucking game. You know? So it's not gonna work out quite so easily for me. And the economy is worse than it was in 2020. Oh yeah. Like, I know the argument's been, look, they had to raise the price of games sooner or later. They've been like $60 for forever. They did raise the price of games. Do you understand? Have you seen how much downloadable content there is for games these days? I bought Fire Emblem Warriors used for like $40 like 5 years ago, and I still had to pay $20 for DLC. If I bought the thing brand new, they still would have gotten $80 out of me. So, I mean, look, if you're the sort of person who wants the Nintendo Switch 2, or you bought your Nintendo Switch 2 and you like it, I mean, enjoy it. Like, me poo-pooing it shouldn't take away from your enjoyment of the console. Unless you're the sort of person who's eternally online Nintendo fanboy, and you're not convinced you actually like a thing unless everyone's opinion is in lockstep with yours, because hearing opposing viewpoints introduces doubt into your own brain and makes you deeply uncomfortable. That sort of thing. Alright, fuck. Oh, okay. And fuck. Oh yeah, one thing I was gonna go grab, excuse me. We were discussing You Only Live Twice last night, and I remembered that my DVD of the regular special edition is a Blockbuster pre-owned one for $15. I'm like, I can't get rid of it. That's iconic. It's amazing. I love it. Fuck no, I'm not gonna peel this shit off or put it in a different case. I like this. I like it. It's a reminder of a different time. AV4, welcome on in. Yes, Blockbuster, we need you now more than ever. We need your reminder that there was a time where media ownership could be a thing, even temporarily. Blockbuster lives on as a crypto coin. Exactly. Yes, is it once again time for you to rediscover your DVD player? It sure is, LeBomball. Definitely. I mean, ironically, tonight's a great night for real to rediscover her Twilight Blu-rays. Our home internet is still down. I'm running off a hotspot. I told her as much before we started the show. It's like, make sure you have fun this evening. Play a video game, or hell, all your Twilight Blu-rays are up there. Why don't you watch one of those? Because that's the thing. Our home internet is down. I mean, if I wasn't a streamer, but I still had a shitload of Blu-rays and DVDs, we would still be A-okay. Like, oh, okay, Rio could just resume her fucking Lost binging from wherever the hell she left off if the DVD box set wasn't sitting in a lower box in a closet 3 rooms over. That sort of thing. So, yeah, remember physical media ownership? That's another beef. That's another beef I have with the Switch too. And to something of a similar extent, that's a powerful hotspot. I mean, I'm surprised. I thought I'd have to really like dumb down the bit rate, but of course we've also been live for an hour. This entire thing could stop at any second. Like I'm not kidding. I mean, I think it's got like I want to say I got like a 10 or 20 gig data plan on it. In fact, I should look that up right now. I should see if there's like a real-time figure. Let me look that up. But yeah, like this show literally could stop at any second. Let me see. Let me sign into it here. Because I'm legitimately curious. Okay, yeah, I have a 15 gig plan, so I think I ran the math once. I feel like I could do a 5-hour broadcast on it. But yeah, I think I'm putting a hard cap of 4 hours on tonight's show. Just in case. But yeah, I literally got this one just in case such a thing like tonight should happen. And turns out it did. It's like having health insurance. It actually hit. Yeah, remember when DVDs used to have entire games on them you could play? Those were the days. I mean, I don't know if it's unlimited and then it gets throttled after that. I mean, we may find out. We might find out. We'll see. That sort of thing. But yeah, that's another beef I have with the Nintendo Switch 2. And it's not just the fact that the Nintendo Switch 2 has officially opened up the floodgates for all the prices of all video games to be raised. Like, I was expecting Sony to be the one to pull the trigger on that. Turns out it's Nintendo, those bastards. Like, I know some of you, and I'm not saying you're wrong to be arguing that maybe there is additional value in the Switch that justifies a higher price point. I'm going to personally disagree with you, but I'm not necessarily saying that you're wrong. But when it comes to jacking up the price of games to the $20, yeah, Nintendo can absolutely get fucked for that one. Absolutely get fucked for that one. But that wasn't the actual problem that I was gonna say. My actual other problem is this whole game cart nonsense. Where, like, you know, you buy the cartridge, but the game's not necessarily on the goddamn thing. Now, to a lesser extent, I also have that problem with the Xbox One and the Xbox Series X. However, now, for those who may not be aware, why even sell the... Right, like... See, the thing is I think... And I think I've mentioned this a while ago. Yeah, exactly. Like, the price of games has gone up, but people's wages haven't gone up to a way that would make that work. So the Nintendo Switch has the ability, the manufacturing ability that publishers can elect to manufacture a cartridge that doesn't actually have the game on it. Just has like basically like a license for the game. So it's basically just a glorified SD card that is like probably a 32 character licensing key or something like that signals to the Switch, hey, the bearer of this cartridge is entitled to download yada 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 yada, that sort of thing, you know. So you know, if the cost to manufacture a cartridge is X, a regular cartridge, and the cost to manufacture this glorified licensed on a stick is X minus something else, they're probably going to go with the X minus something else option to try and save money. Now, you may not be aware of this, because why would you need to be aware of this sort of thing? Starting with the NES, you know, the console we're playing right now, when Nintendo... You have to remember that... Oh, hang on. Steve Bannon has added that Trump should nationalize SpaceX. Yeah, I heard about that one. So, one of the problems, and we gotta really rewind the clock on this one in order to discuss this one here, is, the North American video game market crash of 1983. One of the reasons behind it was an oversaturation of unlicensed third-party games. Now, for those of you who may not be aware, the Atari 2600 and, I don't know, maybe other fucking things too, I don't know. There was no means of copyright protection in terms of the actual console. So, when the Atari first was the thing, let's go whack this thing with a hammer up here. When it was just the Atari, it was only Atari making the games. And then, of course, as the story goes, a bunch of their employees splintered off and formed Activision because they felt they were not being compensated enough for their work. So they literally went out and seized the means of production, started their own company. Now, Atari sued them, saying, hey, you're violating our copyrights or whatever the piss it was. Basically alleging that Activision, which, believe it or not, once upon a time was a company standing for, you know, worker rights and shit like that, briefly, did not actually have the authority to be making these cartridges for the Atari 2600. And the courts sided with Activision, said, no, they can do this. You haven't put any, they're not violating any patents in the way they're doing this, so deal. So as you can guess, this inaugurated the entire concept of third-party development for the Atari 2600. So any Johnny-come-lately could publish a game. And it has a lot of similarities to the whole NFT thing from a year. By the way, doesn't it feel so nice to say, you remember NFTs? God, isn't it so nice that we can refer to those in the past tense? Let's just enjoy this moment for a second, okay? Before we go any further, I just want to enjoy this moment. I just really want to enjoy this moment. We can refer to NFTs in the past tense, not the current tense, the past tense. It's so nice. Oh, I wish if I could bottle up and sell this feeling, I'd make $1 million. It's so nice, so nice. Oh yeah, I guess that's the other question. Has anyone licked a Switch 2 cart yet? Anyway, so there's a lot of similarities between the NFT rise and bust, as well as the North American video game market in the early 1980s. So literally anyone was making video games. I mean, you had, I don't know, some dog food company was making them. There was that god-awful Custer's Revenge game. Like anyone, like it was like, just make a game. It'll make money. Idiots will buy it. And to an extent, that worked out for a while. Now, a misconception that a lot of people have about the North American video game market crash is that it was caused by video gaming falling out of favor as a whole, and that's not true. Yeah, Purina's chased the chuck wagon. That's the one. Thank you, Golden Loki. There is this perception that because of an ET for the Atari 2600, it broke the public's back, or it broke their interest in gaming, and that's not true. At no point did the public's interest for games ever actually die. That is an excuse that basically tries to run cover for capital. AV hasn't licked it yet. Please don't let her lick it. Please don't. Where else am I? If she licks it and it does something bad, where the hell am I gonna watch industry events? On the off chance I ever watch the industry event, she's who I watch it on. Don't let her lick those. I don't want her to have like a seizure or whatever probably happens if you lick a Switch 2 cartridge. So anyway, as I was stating, the North American market crash was not caused by the public no longer being interested in games. What happened is, you know, there reached a general consensus wherein it wasn't so much that the public fell out of favor with games, it's that they were, some of the games, more high-profile ones, were gaining a reputation for, let's say, a general lack of quality of testing. QA is just a general dip in overall quality. In fact, that's why the Nintendo seal of quality exists, sort of. But we'll get to that later. And you're on to Atari and every game you try was pure shite. I mean, I can think of a handful of really good games for the Atari 2600, but I can think of a lot of bad ones. A lot of bad ones. So what would happen is if any of these third-party companies, you know, like, again, reputations got out there, like, some games were bad. And there was a bit of a dip in terms of, you know, market interest because everything being a fad, E.T. being a prime example of one of those things. I gotta sit down and learn that game sometime. I think that game may have been a little bit too ambitious. I bet you if I read the instruction manual, I could figure it out. But anyway, yeah, the Atari version of Pac-Man. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. AET Trespassers, well, welcome on in. So there was a general dip in public confidence in games. Now, what would happen is so many of these companies that they didn't really have, like, proper game developers. All they were was just capitalists seeing dollar signs and they got in on it. Like, again, you're just chase the chuck wagons. And any number of other games of extremely questionable quality made by third parties. And what happened is a lot of these companies went bankrupt because their games weren't being sold because they were shit. Now, the problem wasn't necessarily that it wasn't that all the companies went bankrupt. Not all at once. What would happen is when enough of them went bankrupt, the problem is because the companies that manufactured the cartridges themselves, and I think the stores had to purchase them from the companies. If the company went under, there was no one to return the unsold merchandise to. So the retailers were stuck holding the bag. So the retailers went, okay, well, we own this shit. We want something vaguely resembling ROI at this point. Just throw them in a $5 bin or something. So what happened then is you have enough companies going down in flames and none of their merchandise, and retailers couldn't return the merchandise. Enough retailers went, all right, fuck it, I guess we'll just budget bin the things. When it comes time for little Jimmy son of a bitch's birthday or Christmas, your dad, who has no idea how games work because the entire concept is still pretty friggin' new, if he can buy a $40 game for his kid or 8 $5 games for his kid, which one's he gonna do? He's gonna buy the 8 $5 games, because even if only one of them is good, he's still coming out even on that bet. So then the problem is the arguably quality made $40 game sits on the shelf, remains unsold, then those companies start going down in flames. That's what did the whole thing in. Enough companies went zombie that it dragged down all the other ones. So, when Nintendo showed up to try and save, or I shouldn't say save, but try and get a foothold established in the North American market, they were like, we are not going to repeat the mistakes Atari made. So what Nintendo did is they created enough technology that they could control all facets of game production. So, you ever play Nintendo, turn a thing on and the damn thing blinks? Beep, blink, 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 blink. That is the proprietary 10NES lockout chip. Inside your Nintendo, unless you did little thing where you snipped this one little lead on the chip to deactivate the damn thing, which I may or may not have done, every Nintendo contains what we'll call, for lack of a better term, are any of you familiar with the concept of the trusted platform module? You're like, Pip, more people are going to understand the lockout chip than the TPM. Don't bring that into this. By the way, Drip Nibbly, welcome on in. Basically, let's just say that there was this chip inside the Nintendo that said, hey, I need to see the exact same chip inside the cartridge or I refuse to work. So, basically, it was like a hardware password. And again, if the Nintendo had the chip and the game did not have the chip, the Nintendo would refuse to load the game. Yeah, the thing Windows wanted people to activate so they can use Windows 11. Yeah, which is never going to happen. But that's a whole separate discussion. So, Nintendo creates the lockout chip, the 10NES chip, and they patent it. It becomes patented technology, which means they now own the means to make a legitimate Nintendo cartridge. So anyone who wants to publish for the Nintendo and actually have their fucking things work has to go through Nintendo. Now, you may go, yeah, but what about all those various unlicensed, those are edge cases. We'll get to those later. But for all intents and purposes, if Shitcorp wanted to make a Nintendo game, they had to agree to terms with Nintendo. Listen, some of us in chat are also elderly and know what you're talking about. I mean, my biggest demographic is actually the 35 to 44 demographic. It's like whenever Twitch CEO Dan Clancy introduces things like vertical streaming and things like that. I already know I don't have to bother with it because my audience is too old to care about that shit. I literally don't have to do it because what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Unironically find the Gen Alpha who wants to watch the show? It's less likely than you think. You know what I mean? Apparently there's someone, like, I have access to some of my demographic information. And yes, my demographic skews elder millennial to Gen X. And I'm not exactly upset about that. Are you kidding me? I fucking love that I have an older audience. It means I don't have to explain nearly as many things. Any idea how much goddamn easier it makes my life? Immensely. Immensely, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. That's not to say the other demographics can't be here. I'm just saying that the majority are elder millennials and Gen X makes my life easier. Yes, the Zoomers and the Alphas are still permitted to be here. You're all still permitted to be here. You do, however, have to sign a waiver from your parents. Pib, I'm 25. Sign the waiver. Anyway. So, like I said, in order to control the video game market in the 80s, Nintendo sought to, again, protect their intellectual property, protect their console by bringing in those lockout chips. Which, again, to recap, is a special patented chip located inside of a Nintendo that, on boot, is looking for a similar chip inside of a cartridge. And if it doesn't find that chip, it will refuse to boot the game. Whenever your Nintendo does the whole blink, blink, blink thing when it launches, it means that the console did not establish a firm connection with the cartridge, and as such, the two chips could not communicate. That's what causes that blinking, which is often why the solution was to remove the cartridge, jam it back in. The blowing on the cartridge just made us feel better. It never actually solved the problem, but obviously the process of removing the cartridge and blowing on it meant that the cartridge got reseated, which would increase the chances of the lockout chips, communicating with each other. Yeah, it was purely to make ourselves feel better, and possibly to corrode the leads of the cartridge. I remember I made a TikTok once where I was like, oh my god, I gotta blow my Nintendo to make it work. And then I just stuck a dildo in front of me and just kind of bobbed my head up and down on it. Of course, you couldn't actually see that, you just saw it from behind. Wait, Pib, was there actually a dildo there? Oh, I'm not live on TikTok. Yeah, there was. Well, how else am I gonna guarantee that it's accurate? Obviously, there had to be one there. But anyway, so, again, they create the lockout chip. The reason why they create the lockout chip is to avoid a repeat of what happened to Atari and all of the... exactly, it was method acting. So they create this in order to protect the market from itself, basically. So, if you're Konami... Oh, they're a bad example because of Ultra Games. But if you're Shitcorp and you wanted to publish and develop on the Nintendo, Nintendo limited you to 5 games a year. You had to pay a licensing fee, and this is the bigger one, chat. This is the bigger one. Nintendo was responsible for manufacturing the cartridges. Nintendo was responsible for manufacture. So if you were a third-party publisher and you wanted to release, you had to pay Nintendo to publish, to manufacture the cartridges, and then you took acceptance of them. And after that, Nintendo's part in the whole transaction was done. Like, all right, here's the cartridges. It's up to you to figure out how to sell them. So if FCI released too many highlight games, and the whole company went under. They couldn't go to Nintendo, rabbit ear their pockets, and say, hey, we want our money back, because Nintendo could turn to them and say, sorry, you signed a contract that said you agreed to purchase these cartridges from us. After that, you can go eat shit. And ever since then, that basically became the model for video game production. Is that Nintendo, Sega, except for that one time that EA got a sweetheart deal because of reasons I'm not going to get into right now. Basically, after that, all of the console manufacturers... I should do the trick. Should I? Yeah, let's do the trick. Fuck it. Let's see if we can do the trick. So over here... Shit. Trick might not... we'll see here. This one could be close. Depends on his positioning here. This one... Oh, right, I'm missing the shell. That's what I'm missing. You're guessing Bible Adventure is one of the edge cases? Yeah, I have scrutiny. There were... On the Nintendo, of course, many of us are familiar with unlicensed games, and some of them had various means that they tried to do in order to circumvent the lockout chip. My understanding is Tengen, which was Atari, their method, and I've already fucked this up, their method was to just look up the patent and then just straight up rip off the chip. They were later sued for that, and they lost. Because all they did was they literally just stole the chip, reverse engineered it from the patent, and then got sued because they had manufactured an identical chip. Your Bible Adventures games, so your Wisdom Trees, I think to an extent also your Chimerica games, those are the silver and the gold ones, like Micro Machines and such. I think what those did is they would put in a small electric shock that was meant to disable the lockout chip, which worked, but that's incredibly dangerous. But, you know, what the hell did they care? It's not like it was their fucking Nintendo. So, that was bad. And, you know, not ideal. And then the deal with EA is, EA, actually, so you may be aware of those funny cartridges for Sega Genesis that look different, and those are mostly EA games, like Madden, so on and so forth. And you may have been wondering why those cartridges look different. Well, that's because EA manufactured those ones. You may go, why did EA manufacture those ones? Apparently, EA was able to circumvent Sega's, lockout chip in such a way that I think it was impervious to lawsuit. So they basically had Sega by the balls and were able to negotiate a deal whereupon their cartridges would still ultimately be licensed, but EA could control production. And that's why their cartridges look different. Because EA manufactured those because they reached their own agreement with Sega. Because EA had that kind of clout back then. Maybe they still do, I don't know. I would doubt it. But as ever since then, be it Sega, Microsoft, Sony, and indeed Nintendo, they control production. So again, many of the things I just told you still hold true. If you're Shit Corp and you want to publish for the Nintendo Switch, the PlayStation, so on and so forth, you got to pay the console manufacturer their blood money. God damn it, I'm really getting screwed over on this thing here. God damn this guy. So the idea here is to try and create a loop where you can get infinite lives. I'm trying to do that now. It's tricky. Now, fast forward to today, where we live in a world where any third-party publisher who wants to publish physically for Nintendo, for PlayStation, for Microsoft, has to agree to licensing fees and production costs, and they must assume all risk. The stream really does have it all. I know. Like I said, we would have been playing Saints Row this evening, but my internet went iffy, so I'm just playing this. And Saints Row will return on Sunday as per the schedule. We're doing something else on Saturday night. Okay, so let's try this again here. Now, you are aware, of course, as well, that many of the consoles these days also have digital distribution. So you don't have to physically buy the game. You can just go on the Switch eShop and go, I'd like Vampire Survivors, and then you buy it, and then your life is immediately improved because now you have Vampire Survivors. Shit. I need a green shell. Yeah, you, come here. No, come back. Come back. Don't! But we're still at a point in video game consoles where they can't fully get rid of physical games. And the reason why they can't get rid of it is because, well, they haven't gotten rid of them yet. They clearly have some kind of research that says, look, now granted, digital video games obviously significantly cheaper because there's no manufacturing costs involved. It's just bandwidth and storage server space fees and shit like that, which will always be infinitely cheaper than any cost associated with manufacture. Be it Nintendo, Sony, PlayStation's own costs, and of course the fees that are being passed on to the company that's doing business with them. But if they had the kind of research that says, look, we could get away with going all digital tomorrow and line would go up similar or equal to what it already has, they would have done it. If they could have done that, they would have already done so. And it looks like we nailed this thing. So check this out, free lives. So we're at 8,000, and that should be... So basically, we're going to sit here forever and just rack up the free lives. So they clearly have some kind of research that indicates that they can't go all digital because their sales would suffer. Nintendo has presented them with a very interesting stopgap solution, which is namely those game cards that don't actually have the game on them. It's a physical package. It doesn't contain one of those silly little slips of paper that is the game code, but it's still just a little... Just pretend this is that. Basically, a glorified token that authorizes the download and playing of the game. And the cost to manufacture that has got to be cheaper, obviously, than manufacturing a cartridge that does have the game on it, because you would only need, like, what? A gig storage? Not even that. Like, you could probably put 16 meg on there and call it a fucking day. Because all it needs is basically the serial for the game. The licensing key for it. That's all it needs. And if it's encrypted, then you're good. So then what it does is the Nintendo Switch goes, okay, you're authorized for this. Go on the internet, download the game, boom, it's on your Switch. Put the cartridge in there if you want to play the things that you have the license key for it. Boom, you play the game. And the cost, like I said, the cost to manufacture those has got to be cheaper than the full game. So the problem with that is, what if you don't have internet? Or what if 20 years from now, when the Nintendo, maybe 15 years from now, when Nintendo takes that shop down, how are you going to download those games? And that's the problem. Now, to an extent, the Xbox One and Series X also have that issue, sort of. In fact, this ties back into the Saints Row that we've been playing. We've been playing Saints Row 2 using an Xbox One S. And on that, it's not running off the disc. Like, if I put that disc into an Xbox 360, it'll work. It's the full game. Why wouldn't it work? If I install it in... Oh, look, we have 84 lives. Very nice. So, if that Xbox didn't have an internet connection, it's not playing that game because it has to download a version of it off the internet. I'm gonna see if we can do that one more time just to get to 99 lives. So if that Xbox One was never on the internet, it couldn't play that game. because it doesn't play off the disc. In this situation, the disc functions in much the same way that those game keys on the Switch work, in that it doesn't contain the game, it merely contains an authorization to play the game. Because that's all the disc is when I throw it into the Xbox One or the Xbox Series X to play it. It's just a license that says, hey, you can download this game and you can play it. But at least with the fallback that if I really wanted to, I could put it in an Xbox 360 and it would work just fine. So if Microsoft took the Xbox 360 thing down, as it kind of has done, I can still play it on an Xbox 360 because it's the physical game. If again, you don't have access to a reliable internet connection, or again, Nintendo takes down a storefront because, hey, guess what? The Wii storefront doesn't exist anymore. The 3DS eShop doesn't exist anymore. The Wii U eShop doesn't exist anymore. Whatever the DSi had doesn't exist anymore. Well, I guess you're shit out of luck. God damn it. You would never want a Pokemon game that was saved to your console. What if your console dies? Yeah, that too. That's a legit concern as well. I mean, look, I don't even have home internet tonight. I'm in a somewhat unique position to go, yeah, that's kind of fucked up, actually. We're running off a hotspot this evening because my home internet is down and it appears to still be down. And I'm trying to see if I can get a whole bunch of free lives again. And, now, I was not ever able to confirm this, but the scuttlebutt I heard, and again, I don't know if that's confirmed, I'd heard that the Xbox version of the new Doom game, I'd heard rumor, and I never confirmed it, that the actual game may not have been on the disc, and it may have been a similar situation, that it merely contained an authorization to download the game. And again, if that's the case, that's not good. Because that's a no bueno for game archiving. You know me, I'm a sort of... Now, the counterpoint to all this talk about, game archiving is very important, is, the counterpoint is, what do they make these days that's even worth preserving? When I was tipsy at Walmart, I saw a Blu-ray for Red 1, and I'm like, why would anyone need that? The throwaway movie you watched on Netflix or whatever the hell it was last Christmas because your Fire Stick wouldn't shut the fuck up about it? Why would you ever think you needed a physical copy of that? Whoever made that movie, I'm gonna stop you right there. I don't think a home release was needed. I don't think there's a single soul who's looking at a Blu-ray of Red 1 and going, oh my god, I need that in my life. You can usually tell because of network required. I mean, these days, probably. I mean, I can think of a handful of games in which there was still a game on there where they were a dick and it needed internet anyway. Metal Gear Survive sticks out as an example, for instance. Which is a horrible game, and frankly, no one should be playing it anyway, but that's a whole separate discussion. But yeah, what do they even make that's worth preserving, I guess? But at least, now, again, even though, the Wii Shop is offline, all those other things, enthusiasts, obviously, have found ways to, still make the technology accessible through emulation or hardware modification or what have you, but the problem is, of course, they keep... Basically, that means that all video game preservation efforts rest entirely on the shoulders of people who are willing to possibly go to jail to make it happen, because Nintendo's lawyers are very litigious sons of guns. From what I understand, I think the latest Nintendo EULA, and possibly also the one built into the Switch 2, is that Nintendo reserves the right to brick your Switch 2 if they think you're engaging in funny business with the goddamn thing. Yeah, you might want to check the EULA on your Switch 2 before you consent to it. I mean, it's not going to matter. They won't let you use the damn thing unless you consent to it. But that was one thing I did hear was reported in multiple outlets, that Nintendo does reserve the right to brick your Switch now, if they think you're engaging in funny business. The thing I definitely don't do with any of my consoles. Definitely not. God damn it. I gotta get down there. Come on, do the thing. Now, do the thing. Thank you. Yeah, they can break your Switch 2, and it is non-negotiable. Exactly. Yeah, remember when you owned things? So yeah, if Nintendo detects for any reason that you're engaging in funny business, they can kill switch your Switch 2. And whatever funny business is probably at their sole discretion. Yeah, this is funny business right here. It does suck because I want Gen Alpha and beyond to have their own generation of games, movies, media, and they're excited about the quality. Yeah, it's declining. They're stuck playing millennial nostalgia grabs like Lilo and Stitch. Oh god, don't even get anyone started on that one. Of course, the worst part is despite being a pile of massive flaming shit, it made bank anyway, so Disney's gonna keep doing that. But like, what are you gonna do, Disney, when you've run out of things to do live action remakes of? What will you do then? What will they do then? Oh, I guess if I have 99 lives, I can just beat the stage now. I may as well, I suppose. That is, if I can get there without getting killed. Yeah! Perfect. It completely desecrates the original. No, I agree. And I mean, there's a couple of Disney games who can have a much better discussion about that than I can, but, yeah, it continues to be a fucking travesty. Animated remakes of live-action movies. I mean, I wasn't gonna say it, but you're probably right. VR experiences where the AI-controlled character interacts with you. Blech. 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 Do I have any hammers left? Okay, I got one. Good. Yeah, new IP when, Mickey Mouse? When? The interesting thing to get off of Nintendo's hate boner for a second is Disney's kind of hurting right now too, because apparently Disney Plus is still apparently it has now moved to the point where Disney Plus is actually now generating a profit. But the problem is Disney's so overextended, like they don't even know what to do anymore. Like the cost for the things that they're still willing to make are skyrocketing. Turns out media is a lot more expensive than it used to be. Namely because the media companies made it too goddamn expensive. Yeah, Pleakley, yeah, I heard about that one too. It's a big shame. Doesn't get the redemption arc, just has to keep being a bad guy again. So yeah, that's another reason why I'm not too hot to trot on the Switch 2. Now, again, you know, maybe the enthusiasts brave all the DMCA takedowns and legal threats and, you know, find a way to archive Switch 2 games so that they can be enjoyed by future generations, but like... just oy vey. But yeah, suffice to say that though I am not a Disney gay, I understand the Lilo and Stitch remake enrages a lot of the Disney gays, and correctly so. Oh, not an auto-scroller. Fuck me. Fuck me. Alright, well. I guess I'll just keep ranting. And I got all the time in the world to do it now, don't I? So, yeah. Don't like that we've apparently just I mean, it's not so much that people abandon the idea of physical ownership. It's just that, like, so many of these studios went all in on the concept. Like, am I Marvel gay? No, I'm not a Marvel gay. I'm not a DC gay. I'm a Rat Pack gay. I appreciate the Rat Pack cinematic universe. Give me the original Ocean's 13, Airport, Cannonball Run 1 and 2, you know, that sort of shit. The Rat Pack cinematic universe. Yeah, Sammy Davis Jr., exactly. You got it. That sort of shit. Thought I was a diehard gay. Look, I can be a gay for a couple of things. What was I gonna say? Let's go grab this. It was funny. I was parsing through Airport 77 real quick, and those movies are interesting because I mean they're like ensemble movies that are like half serious, half camp, and it's funny going back and watching them retroactively because back in the day, I'm sure like Airport. If it's just like regular Airport 75 or Airport 77, featuring some of the hottest actors working in Hollywood today. And you go back and you watch it now and go, oh shit, hey, it's Shelley the Machine Levine, the dad from A Christmas Story, hey, and Count Dooku's here too. Oh, and Frank Drebin's partner is here as well. And I'm sure that's what they all wanted to be known for, those things. Instead of just being, you know, Jack Lemmon, what's his name from Naked Gun, Christopher Lee, and whoever the hell plays the dad from A Christmas Story. But, like, again, the whole concept of, like, Darren McGavin, no, I don't think that's him. But, like, there was a magical time. The airport movies are amazing, especially the Concorde airports. Yeah, I gotta watch all those sometime. I've only seen bits and pieces of 77. I mean to watch the other ones sometime. But, like, there was a magical time, like, I'd say maybe, more like, let's say 2008 to 2012, where, like, Netflix was the only game in town. And because Netflix was the only game in town, they basically got easy access to everyone's libraries. Home streaming will never be as good as it was during Netflix's original streaming heyday. We are never going to get it as good as we had it then. Because they had everything, it was cheap, it was affordable, it was amazing. And of course, the problem is whenever something like that exists, it has to be exploited, and everyone else has to get in on it, and of course, it'll never be that good ever again. But the problem is, too, in the subsequent rush to give everyone their own goddamn streaming service, like MGM Plus. Who the fuck would subscribe to MGM Plus? Name me 2 movies made by MGM that aren't James Bond or Rocky. You can't do it. It's impossible. But the problem is everyone moving to these streaming models diminished the idea of home media ownership. And that happened for 2 reasons. One, because of the perceived ease of use of online streaming. And here's another thing, too. Now, I'm not asking anyone to dox themselves. I'm not saying anyone should have to describe their living conditions. So I'm not saying you have to chime in with an answer. This may be more of a rhetorical question than anything else, okay? I just want to put that out there first. How much room do you have? I don't mean in your brain or in your life. I mean physically. Do you have room for a giant, massive stack of VHSs and DVDs? You don't have to answer that question. This is more of a thinker, unless you actually do want to answer the question. And for a lot of people, that answer may be no. You may be in a 1-bedroom apartment, 2-bedroom apartment. You may not have room for any of this crap. You might not. Maybe you've already got your shrine to fucking Gundam or whatever the hell. I don't know. Where would you have room to put in a DVD or a Blu-ray collection if you've already got space dedicated for something else? Or you wouldn't have space to dedicate to that sort of thing that used to happen. Like, that's an actual point of consideration. There's a lot of people, because, you know, houses are fucking impossible to buy anymore because they're too goddamn expensive. And everyone's stuck living in a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment or a studio. Do we even physically have room for this crap? And it could be 2 reasons. It could be one, it's an actual physical restriction that you just don't have the space for it. Or it could be more of a minimalist approach. You know, some combination of the two. So, through either, you know, column A or column B, people just either don't have the drive or the room to put those kinds of things anymore. They just don't. Someday I'm gonna solve this fucking thing. That day is not today. Now, I live in a big house with a nice basement. I have the room to put all this shit up, but not everyone does. So I am somewhat uniquely qualified to do that. DVD rack, CD rack, those just became dust scaffold for you over the years. Sure enough, that too. It's like a lot of people just physically do not have the room for this stuff. And then, of course, you have, like, and again, we had elements of this discussion yesterday. Like, Francis Ford Coppola's coked-up movie, Megalopolis. It doesn't even, there's no physical release for that movie. None. Which means, presumably, there's also no commentary track where Francis Ford Coppola tries to explain how many drugs he was on when he conceived the concept for that fucking movie. Which is another horribly lost concept. There is a video that I was going to post it on Blue Sky today. But, you know, then Trump and Elon started taking shots at each other. Speaking of which, what does CNN have to say right now? Nothing new. So, I didn't skeet this today, but I will skeet it tomorrow. I was going through the special features for Diamonds Are Forever. And the James Bond, there was an original set of Bond DVDs released in like the late 90s. Stand by here.
The Scorpion.
Well, quiet down. Give me a second. I'm not done explaining. I'm not done with the setup here. But yeah, there were James Bond DVDs in the 90s, and they all had like featurettes. And the nice thing about having James Bond DVDs in the 90s, this is me admitting that I'm a James Bond gay, ultimately. You know, they had featurettes, and because, you know, the James Bond franchise is only like 30 years old at that point, a lot of the actors were still lucid and could appear in featurettes. So I was watching one for Diamonds Are Forever, which is like the campiest James Bond movie in the history of existence. And then they get to the discussing Mr. Wint and Mr. Kidd, played by Bruce Glover and Putter Smith. And, like, you literally would not even get features like this anymore. You just don't. Like, here, I'm going to put this on, and you're going to go, oh my god, this is amazing. Why did they take things like this from us? Let's try this again now.
The Scorpion.
Mother Nature's finest killer, Mr. Wint.
One is never too old to learn from a master, Mr. Kidd.
When Paul Williams is unable to come to terms with the producers, Bruce Glover lands the role of Mr. Wint.
First, they thought I was a little too normal looking because they were looking for Sidney Greenstreet and Peter Lorre. Now, I can do Peter Lorre in my head, but I don't look like Peter Lorre. They wanted weird physical types.
I didn't act like anything. I just acted like myself.
So when I got on the set, I looked at Putter and I thought, so we're gay.
Well, the audience has the inside information, so you don't need to act like you're gay. If they know you are, then that's all that's necessary.
A lot of my character was based on just looking at Putter and enjoying him. Just in looking at him was an enjoyable experience. And I thought, but he's mine. He's mine. He's my toy. And now I've got like this possessive kind of thing.
They're both aboard. I must say, Miss Kay seems quite attractive. For a lady.
That jealousy came up because I had, in fact, the sense of Putter being my toy.
If God had wanted man to fly,
would have given him wings, Mr. Kid.
I fucking love this movie. That is part of a featurette for 1971's Diamonds Are Forever. See, I like it too, because like Putter Smith put it, sort of figured out. He's like, we don't have to act gay. We just, I mean, in a sense, they are acting gay, but not in the way that they probably thought acting gay was. They're just acting like two people with genuine affection for each other. That's all it needed to be. The chemistry and tension between those two is so palpable. I know. Like, you literally don't even get you can't even get featurettes like that with fucking movies anymore. It's few and far between. Okay, but wait. Now I need to go back and find that Red 1 Blu-ray. Not to buy it, but to see if they had anything explaining that trash. You would love a whole behind-the-scenes channel. I mean, the weird thing is I also uploaded another featurette just to have on my own YouTube account from 2006's The Interpreter. Nicole Kidman, Sean Penn, where the director Sidney Pollack explains the going from widescreen to pan and scan and why it sucks as a filmmaker when you had to do the the full screen adaptation, basically, because, it neutered the story you were trying to tell. And, like, I don't want to say that even those featurettes may be turning into, like, lost media or something, but when I uploaded it to YouTube, it tripped no copyright content IDs whatsoever. I'm like, wait, you mean the studio didn't enter that thing into a database? Why? Do they just not care? Like, again, it's just, I mean, you're learning this with the Switch 2, is like, more often than not, we don't own things anymore. We just don't. And then, yeah, apparently, arguably, you don't even own your Switch 2. Because like we pointed out, Nintendo reserves in its sole discretion to brick your Switch 2 if they think you're engaging in hanky-panky with it. And again, at their sole discretion means whatever reason they want. Say a disparaging thing about Nintendo on social media, maybe they brick your Switch too. I mean, it'd be bad for business, but they reserve the right to do that. And if they reserve the right to do that, do you even own your Switch 2 at that point? Do you even own it? Again, I'm not saying don't buy the thing. It's just sort of a horrifying thought exercise, Because, like, if I disabled the 10NES lockout chip in this Nintendo and used like an EverDrive on it, the technology doesn't exist for Nintendo to remotely go, that's it, you violated the terms of usage agreement with your Nintendo, and we're gonna brick the thing. Mr. Miyamoto's gonna come down here and personally beat you to death with a belt. They can't do that with this thing. It doesn't work that way. It works that way with your Switch 2, apparently. Yeah, removing the mattress label, you bastards. Yeah, they could brick your mattress. You wouldn't download a mattress. Now, the Nintendo Switch 2 is not unique in that attribution of do you even physically own the thing. Like, no shortage of other things also have that kind of restriction on it as well. It's just Nintendo's being a little bit more brazen about it. What we are going to do is, we've been live for about 2 hours. We're going to take a little BRB, permit y'all to get up and stretch, use the rest facilities. I may go grab a sody pap. When we come back, we'll just keep shooting off at the mouth and playing Mario 3. We'll be right back. Punch me, are you, bro? Hey, where the hell do you think you're... Hey, you dropped your gun. Bro, you dropped your gun. Do you want it back? You dropped your 9mm. Hi, you want it back? I'll give it to you one fucking bullet at a time, asshole.
Have to stop defining Atlantic City purely by could it sustain 12 casinos or not. There's not a place outside of Las Vegas that can do that.
Heartbreaking. The worst guy you know just made a great point. This got over 100 likes on Instagram, and it's not hard to tell why. Look, some of the hips might be padded, but that dumpy, I mean, I look good. Really good. Hey, everyone! Come and see how good I look! This shirt always gets compliments no matter where the hell I go. Boy, they sell some good things on it, Amazon. Again, check out that ass.
She got a great ass, and you got your head all the way up it.
So true, bestie.
Stop being so dramatic, Nico. Time is a healer. We live and we forget the past. Nothing helps a man forget like ripe, round American titties. You have to move on from the things that happened to you and think about all the opportunities in this country.
And the big ripe American titties. Probably a doghouse, though I'm not sure since there's no dog around. I don't know, I'm not sure.
Online retail unreliable? Did the clothes you ordered not fit? Was the Fire TV remote not compatible with your Fire TV stick? Was that PS5 really just an air fryer in a white box? Are you 65 years of age or older and have no idea what the last two sentences were even talking about? Well, stop living in the future and come visit your local department store. With new locations in Pennsylvania, shopping has never been more retro. Touch things, try them on, break things by accident, and then run out of the store like an affair partner when the husband's F-250 pulls into the driveway. You'd hide under the bed, but it's just a mattress on the floor, so out the window it is. Infidelity brand Murphy beds, just $2274.50. Warble Vision flat screen TV, only $694.27. 46 dry ounces of Pauper's Roast Premium Substandard Coffee, just $22.67. Xbox 360, $64. Nintendo 64, $360. Condoms by Virgin Cola. Cola by Come and Go Gas. Remember this carpet pattern? Guys, it's back! And it smells like popcorn, Marlboros, and recirculated air. It's just like waiting for a ride from a parent who forgot about you. I'm sorry, honey, but it's beer o'clock and Daddy is punching his time card. We've got custom refrigerator name magnets with all the hottest names in Pennsylvania. Ashley, Braxton, Huxton, Brinley, Kinsley Joe, Braden, Lily Faye, Riley, Aiden, Kaylee, Megan, Brayley, Bradley, Braden Tyler, Morgan, and Diplo. Come down to your local department store with additional locations opening in California. Is it smart to open up a new brick and mortar location in this economic climate? Probably not, but fuck them! We're bankrolled by a venture capitalist who's desperate to recapture the maximalist minimalism of the late 80s and the early 90s. I told him, I said, Braxton, you don't have to do this. Bezos has pockets deeper than the contempt of your fellow man. You can't compete with online retail, so why the fuck are you trying? And he tells me, he comes to me, he says, if you ever raise your voice to me again, it's back to your one-bedroom shack in northern Ohio. You floor-licking, lemon-scented sack of shit. I'm your boss. If I ever stood on my wallet and fell off, I would fucking die. You don't talk to me that way. Keep brick and mortar retail alive! Come on down to your local department store.
I just want to point out that we have been live for 2 hours off of a fucking hotspot, and we haven't missed a beat. I'm impressed. For anyone who might be new here, I am Queen Patricia Inga Bogach. You may also call me Trish. Queen of the Retro, Queen of the Ways Eddie Old, and your time on this channel, this fat lip, fat hip, fat boobied, and fat booty channels, of course, and it's always well wasted. Welcome on in. I put the broad in broadcast to the whole and wholesome H-ford for my own hubris, and though these breasticles may be fake, the retro is real. That's the real Nintendo, and it's hooked up in a real dumbest manner to make it look and sound as bad as it used to, and we're using it to play Super Mario Bros. 3. We were going to be playing Saints Row 2 this evening, but then Trump and Elon started beefing, so I was like, what if we just did a talkie show about that? And I was going to do the Evil Overlord list as the backdrop for that from TV Tropes. But then my home internet went down while I was getting into drag. And at that point, it's not like I'm going to stop getting into drag. I'll keep getting into drag. Then I'm like, I may have to do live from the bar. Because we've never tested the hotspot in production. We've only ever tested it. It's never been used for an actual show before. So I was like, okay, I'll just play Mario. But I was like, wait a minute. What if I tethered it to the computer? And then what if we just... Because I didn't want to have my browser up, because like if I need to engage in weird hanky-panky with my ISP, I'd have to keep, clicking the source on and off, and I didn't want to deal with that. So like, fuck it, let's just play Mario 3. And so far it's working out pretty good. I mean, I'll have a better idea. This is actually good because now I'll know how much data it uses, and maybe I up the plan. It's an operating expense. I probably could claim it on my taxes. It's certainly being used for work now. Source is 1080p 60, which is the best Twitch has to offer. Yes, with an asterisk. Apparently you can get 1440, but Rio! The internet might be back! I'm getting successful pings! It might be alive! Well, I'm going to keep running it off the hotspot anyway, just for combat data. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, I have a command thing. I have a command prompt over here, and I just set it to ping Google's DNS forever, and that's a completely different. I don't know why I'm pointing. You can't fucking see it, and it looks like it might be back. Can we get a rank E to celebrate it? Okay, fine, you can. Yes, you can have a rank E. I think it's back. Tater just puked. Oh, he's such an orange cat. Did he eat too much? Tater, stop eating so much. Okay, that's why the E rank music is not playing. Because Tater threw up. He's a very orange cat. Sometimes he eats, sometimes like, oh my god, I have to eat everything. And then he throws up because he ate everything. He's the most orange boy. Well, yeah, it looks like the internet's back, so that's pretty cool. I mean, you know what? I'm going to keep doing the show off the hotspot anyway, because fuck it. Might as well. So yeah, we're running off hotspot because my internet was down for 3 hours, and apparently it just came back, so yay. Now, the other thing is we've reached the part of the broadcast where in order to protect your immersion, obviously we leverage that hotspot, because the show must go on. Even the failure of my home internet could not keep this program off the air. But in order to protect your immersion, sometimes I need to engage in special steps in order to make that possible here. And one of the many things we do in those situations is I got to make sure that you can't see the chair. Now, it's getting very risky because I had to do very particular chroma keying in order to wear tonight's outfit. So So you can kind of see like the outline of the microphone stand and maybe a little bit of the floor, but you don't see the chair. The internet came back because you just shut your work PC down 5 minutes ago? Oh, is that why? Apparently it was a load-bearing computer. Yeah, Rio's kind of pissed because she wanted to work some overtime tonight, so... she'll figure out what she wants to do there. But yes, I need to make sure that your immersion is protected. In order to do so, I gotta make sure the blanket is securely affixed to the chair. So if you'll give me just a moment, I'll get that set up, and then we'll resume shit-talking Nintendo and Elon Musk. I gotta make sure it's really put back there. Is it? I think it is. Yes, definitely. Yes. Perfect. Your immersion is now secured. I know, they're very nice yoga pants. Because we're using a fancier web camera, now you can actually see the outline of them. Which is both annoying and actually good from a terms of service standpoint. You know what the worst part is, too? Like this is me breaking kayfabe, technically. Like some people might be like, oh my god, are those real? And like, if I'm playing, these. And like, if I'm playing a character, I have to say yes. Because if I truly believe I am this person, why would I think they're a facsimile? So if I was in character, I would have to deny that these are yoga pants. The problem is I can't do that because then that would violate the terms of service of this website. So I have to break kayfabe in order to point that out. It's incredibly annoying. Ah, the wonders of playing a character, which legally gives you a degree of separation. All right, let's continue. Oh, it's terrible. The internet's gone out. It hasn't actually. I actually shouldn't even joke about that. But yeah, like I said, very impressed with that hotspot. Jesus, worked out pretty well. Excuse me. So yeah, Saints Row will return on the Sunday broadcast. Now, because you have been here so long through a scuffed broadcast, do you want to know what the Saturday show is going to be early? So, I'll tell you. Now, if you care to look at the scheduling graphic, which is in the Discord, but also is sometimes visible on my Twitch page if you load it just right. The Saturday show was described as pandering to furries. It does not actually say what the game is. It just says that whatever the content... God, I gotta put money in the content jar. Content is a swear in this show. Whatever the substance, whatever game is being featured, and whatever was going on would pander to furries, or panda to them, if you want me to say it that way. And there's always been a look I've wanted to do, but the problem is just... I recently switched to an Elgato Facecam Mark II. Hashtag not sponsored. They did not give it to me. I just bought it with my own money. Which is why, for instance, if you look at me here, and then we go over here, you'll notice that the picture quality is like entirely different. Sometimes the lighting is vastly different. Like here we are. Look at me. Now remember what I look like. Now see, I look slightly different. Okay, this may not be the best outfit for pointing that out. You should have been here for last night's outfit. It looked amazing. The camera loved it. But like it had problems with certain colors. Like I couldn't really wear yellow outfits. Like I couldn't do the bride outfit from Kill Bill. the Scorpion outfit was touchy at best. Because what would happen is the HDR in the camera would get confused and it would turn my skin into a blueberry, basically. And for better or for worse, for what it's worth, the Elgato Facecam Mark II seems to not have that problem nearly as much. To the point where I can now safely wear those golden outfits. So I have a Tails look. You know, the two-tailed fox from Sonic. Sort of the sister look to the fat-tittied Sonic look that I have. That's all I'm going to tell you. That's all I'm going to say. You want to know the rest? You better come to the Saturday show to find out. You want more context, you're going to have to stop by that show. Alright, we've gone to Little Big Land over here, so everything's going to be real big. It's going to be the inverse of that Jim Jeffries bit, where his favorite things are small things, or like regular sized things made small, so he gets to pretend that he's a giant. This is the opposite. I get to pretend I'm not a giant. It's quite the opposite, in fact. Pandering to furries? Is Conquer on the Do Not Stream list? No, oh well. I think we did Conquer live and reloaded last year. So no, it's not on the Do Not Stream list. Anyone on Twitch can play Conquer's Bad Fur Day. Well, that game is legal. In fact, I would recommend it. More people need to see the incredibly fat-tittied sunflower. More people need to experience that. Hey, Very Pink Penguin, welcome on in. Technically, my internet's come back, but, you know, then I'd have to switch the internet connection. That could tank the whole show, so we're just gonna stay on the hotspot. We'll just do that. I think that's the most cromulent thing we can do here. Yeah, slow news day. Yeah, actually, wait. Let's say if the internet's back. Nah, forget it. But yeah, Elon Musk and Trump. The girls are fighting, and we love to see it. We love to see it. Like I said at the top of the show, and I say this with all sincerity, I'm not saying this is a shitpost. I'm not necessarily saying this to be insensitive. I think you actually have to put Elon Musk on suicide watch. I'm not saying that he should, or that he really will. I'm just saying he's engaged in a lot of extremely irrational behavior today. And as I sit here talking into an electric stick on a recordable platform, I have to say that for his own best interest, seriously, for the love of God, get some help. Now, I also would ask that everyone else respect the terms of service of this website that basically amounts to, if you can't say anything not mean, don't say anything at all. Like, the mods can delete things, but shit is forever. Like, there is no shortage of add-ins out there that will restore deleted stuff. And I'm sure there's no shortage of chat clients out there that just scrape anything that's written into a Twitch chat, so... Yeah, the bro is on a lot of Special K. Ah, I understood that reference. Yeah, he's definitely on the breakfast cereal, and not all of the ketamine in the world. Because, I mean, in one day, he's called the President of the United States a pedophile, which... I'm not saying he's wrong, but it's a weird thing for a guy surrounded in government contracts to be saying. Like, I'm not saying necessarily that I disagree with that assessment. It's just a weird thing for him, of all people, to be saying it. You know? So, I mean, he's burning his reputation to the ground with a man who literally has the ability to squish him like a bug if he wants to. And I said as much at the top of the show. Trump needs Elon a lot less than Elon needs Trump. So much of Elon's wealth right now is tied up in the U.S. government. It's tied up in him, having government subsidies. It's tied up in his companies having U.S. government contracts. If he goes out of his way to piss Trump off so badly that Trump goes, you know what, I don't fucking need this, Elon will become nearly destroyed overnight. And depending on your interpretation of immigration law, there is grounds to legally deport him. Because apparently he overstayed a student visa once. I mean... Chat? We all know that whether it would be legal or not, they could get rid of anyone they wanted, right? Like, we accept that, right? Okay. They wouldn't even have to do that. There is an actual legal argument to be made for it. Are they going to do it? I doubt it, but the threat exists. Someone points it out, the Epstein file is still classified, redacted. Elon spilling the beans as illegal release of classified info. I mean... Trump wanted a second term, and he needed Supreme Court justices that will say that he doesn't have to go to jail for the things he did. His quote-unquote legacy is secured. Now, he may say he needs his big, beautiful bill to really do it, but the Trump legacy, in actuality, is, I don't want to go to jail for the things I did. And he secured that. He will never see the inside of a prison cell for the things that he did. He doesn't need Elon Musk anymore. Arguably, he doesn't even need the presidency anymore. He's doing it because he likes it, not because he needs it. He needed to win that election in order to save his own ass. Yet he needed Elon's help to do it. But you know what Elon became the minute he won re-election? Expendable. The leopard too shall eat his face, if it feels so inclined. When have they ever cared about doing anything legally? I know, but it's a lot easier to get libs on board if your argument is legal. It's a lot easier to get them on board. It makes libs happy, as despondent as that is. God damn it. Sir, please. Yeah, the leopards are eating good. They sure are. But yeah, he doesn't need Elon Musk anymore. He really doesn't. He really doesn't. So, I think Elon is slowly coming to that realization that he may have really fucked this up. And, I mean, Elon tweeting 1 minute ago, if America goes broke, nothing else matters. Like again... It's so weird that these people get so bent out of shape about the national debt, because it's like, you do realize we're not the gold standard anymore, right? Like, there's like no shortage of like little hacks you could do that could wipe out all the debt overnight. But, it's this weird little thing they have to use anyway to ram through all the shit they want under the pretense of saving money or the government or whatever. Yeah, America's already broke. What the hell are we complaining about here? America's been broke. But, Trump doesn't need Elon anymore. And the problem is Elon is just, okay, so, Hassan said as much earlier today, he's like, a lot of people don't like billionaires. Billionaires are inherently unlikable because it's literally a level of such uber wealth that no one will ever breathe anything vaguely resembling it. But Elon is especially unlikable because he's extremely antisocial and incredibly racist. Yeah, guy pulling all the money out of every government agency. We can't let America go broke. I've decided that he sounds like Skeletor for some reason. Like, when he was throwing the Sieg Heils, like, there was people saying, oh, it's because he's autistic. And setting aside whether or not that's even true, I don't know. I know an awful lot of neurodivergent people who don't even ironically throw the Sieg Heil. I don't think you can blame that for it. I think that's just because there's evil where his heart should be. Am I right or am I right? So, tomorrow's going to be a very interesting day. Very interesting day. Now, of course, the other fun thing, too, is like, I'm live on Twitch right now, and a couple of years ago, you know, back when Twitter wasn't completely run into the ground, it was actually still called Twitter, I used to have TweetDeck up, you know. TweetDeck was this really cool UI that was an actual official Twitter product that you could use to view tweets in real time. And so I would have my feed up. So, like, if breaking news hit, I could actually report about it on the show, literally as it happened. Which also meant the day that the Kobe went down that helicopter and crashed, I knew about it before anyone in chat said anything about it. Because I saw that and I went, oh boy, I wonder who's gonna be the first one to be a breaking news Andy about that one. And weirdly enough, I don't think anyone did, which was really cool. Really cool. But now obviously I don't have that framework because one, I'm not on Twitter anymore, and two, even if I was, you'd have to pay for it to get TweetDeck, and I'm not paying for that shit. So now if something happens while I'm live, I don't necessarily know about it. It's like the show will end, I'll go upstairs and talk to Rhea, and she'll be like, oh, here's all the things that happened while you're live. It's like, I kind of wish someone had told me. Has any celebrity died recently? You feel like you haven't heard of any in months. Well, there was the Pope. I guess he counts. David Lynch, yeah. Yeah, there's been a few. But I mean, I would say it's been a hot minute since something like that has happened to the point where, you know, people would wander into Twitch chats and talk about it. And yeah, Pope, yeah, Pope Corey, like, no, yes, our Pope is just fine. You heard the third way Democrats want to welcome Elon back? I was hoping someone would bring that up. Yes, so apparently a bunch of weenie Dems are like, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's bring Elon back into this, ignoring the fact that he's a literal Nazi. And I'm like, hey, speaking of Nazis, you do not unironically listen to many of the things this guy said, but Napoleon Bonaparte had said something that has been adapted into a modern maxim that states, under no circumstances do you interfere in an enemy that is engaging in self-destruction. You listen to French Hitler very rarely on things. That's one of the things you do listen to him on. Never interfere in the process of an enemy destroying itself. Dems, yeah, you let that bridge burn. You let that thing burn. You think there's a TweetDeck thing for Blue Sky? Yeah, but like, the last thing I need to see is fucking TweetDeck live, or Blue Sky live. I'd be dying laughing the entire fucking show. Like, I don't have Twitter anymore, but that didn't stop me from seeing the fucking Kanye West tweet that basically amounted to, I hate it when daddy and daddy fight. So, yeah. Okay, let's see if I can fuck this up again here. Can I fuck this up again? feel like I've been staring at these things the entire fucking show. Fuck. Fuck! One of these days, I'm gonna remember where those goddamn things are. That day is not today. I got 99 lives. What the hell do I care? Just cheese it through this thing. Yeah, even Yee tweeted about that shit. I just... Speaking of which, what is Tesla at right now in the overnight exchange? Let's see here. Tesla overnight. Okay, Tesla overnight has recovered to 286, but it closed at 284. Yeah, Tesla stock dropped 15% today. Actually, I wonder... Wait, my blue sky is actually working. I wonder... You know what I bet happened? I bet you I'm running more than one internet connection right now. I bet. So... Yeah. Just, yeah. Hey, we still got like an hour and a half left in you. You better have more talking points ready. Yeah, I'm working on it. Get over here. Actually, well, I suppose... I'll pull that up after I'm done with this thing here. I'll actually bring up that, that Sidney Pollack, featurette I was talking about aspect ratios. Yeah, Val Kilmer was this year. Okay, I'm also gonna make a bold proclamation. You know how each year, like around this time of year, I say that if we get to Christmas time and we're clear and we're not in Twitch's penalty box for anything, we watch a really good movie on Christmas. Pib, you watch movies on the show usually once a quarter. Yeah, but shut up. Let's pretend that I don't. This year's movie will be Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, starring Robert Downey Jr. and Val Kilmer. I feel like you all need to see that movie, so if we get to Christmas without getting any problems, that's the movie. Aaron Rodgers may be going to Pittsburgh. Oh, God, I saw that. Just why? Is Mike Tomlin trying to finally get himself fired? He must be, because otherwise, I don't know why you do that. I'm just checking something here real quick. So, one thing I am going to pull out here, just because I mentioned it earlier, is one of the things that was announced, I think it was like at TwitchCon or something, or TwitchCon Rotterdam, was the idea that streamers will now be able to do a regular feed and a vertical feed for, like, you know, TikTok shit. And it's like, I mean, a game like this, it could work on, because at least the aspect ratio, like, you could still see the whole screen, but like for 16:9, it'll be like fucking impossible. And when he was bringing that up, it reminded me of this really old featurette from my DVD of The Interpreter, which again is a fairly unremarkable political techno thriller from 2006. And it's the director of the film, Sidney Pollack, discussing going from a film aspect ratio, which could be 185:1 or the 235:1 thing, to the 4:3 aspect ratio. And it really kind of illustrates why I don't like the idea of vertical streaming for Twitch. But, you know, I'm an old fart and I don't get to make these decisions.
All of the films that I shot in the beginning of my career, I shot in widescreen because it gave me twice as much area to give you, the audience, information. I could tell much more story faster with all of that space to use. I didn't have to isolate people. I could have them in groups. It's a great form for two people. It makes for two shots in the best possible way. But when television started buying films for a lot of money and panning and scanning them, I quit. And I went to a square format. The first one of those, ironically, was out of Africa, which is the one I probably should have had in a widescreen. I haven't made a widescreen picture since. That's 20 years until this picture. I went back to this widescreen, which is my favorite format, because I could give you much more information per second with that ratio than I could with any other ratio. I can have intimate close-ups of two people and still give you a sense of place all the time. You never lose a sense of the background. Not only are DVDs great quality, they often will release the films in the original format. So at least I know that all of the people in the world are not going to see my film butchered, cut up, and panned and scanned when I wasn't panning or scanning. Here's the shot as I set it up and filmed it. It happens right after Nicole Kidman is frightened. Someone has broken into her apartment. There are 3 pieces of information you're getting here that help you know where you are. A man is replacing the lock, obviously, that was broken in on. There's an opening here, and you're going to see Sean Penn come through that opening. But there's a policeman here. Now look what happens if we pan and scan this. There's nothing wrong with that as an image, but it's not the image that I, as a filmmaker, wanted you to see. If I wanted to work in this 4:3 format, I would choose to work in that and have often, as many directors have, and directors do wonderful movies in that format, but they know they're working in that format, so they give you the information that they think you need in that format. But, you know, if I packaged toothpaste and told you you were going to get half the toothpaste in the tube, you probably wouldn't buy it. And yet people continually, because this has a black line at the top and a black line at the bottom, think they're getting something better with this because there's no black line at the top and no black line at the bottom. But in fact, they're getting 50%, literally 50% of the information, as you can see for yourself. There's half an image there. From here to here. I still see everything. That's the panned and scanned version. Look how much less I see. There's a crime scene that I want you to see. I want you to see an open window. I want you to see a forensic guy in the background. But look what I see here. The difference is that I'm making a plea for my colleagues and myself who spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to tell you the story in the best possible way visually. And then someone else has to come in and cut the edges off of all of that and pan and scan it. So you're not seeing what story we tried to tell you. There's nothing wrong with this ratio. It's a beautiful ratio. They made movies in it for years. They made Casablanca in it. They made Citizen Kane in it. It's wonderful. It's just that if a director chooses to tell a story for whatever reasons in this ratio, because they want all this information in, it's not fair for somebody else to tell you with our name on it that this is what we shot. I didn't shoot that. Somebody else did. That's what I wanted you to see. This is not what I wanted you to see.
There's a lot of film conversions in which you may be familiar with the idea of the Alan Smithy, which is a name that basically gets put on a movie when a director wants to absolve themselves of creative responsibility for the film. And like the Casino TV edit is an instance where it's attributed to Alan Smithy instead of Martin Scorsese. And I mean, I get where the guy is coming from. He was one of the obsessive people that bought widescreen letterbox movies on VHS. Nice. But yeah, when it comes, like, again, I mean, I still like pan and scans to a point, but like, there's a particular scene that sticks out for me. And if you've ever seen Scarface, you already may know the scene I'm talking about. I remember my mom used to buy me full screen DVDs all the time. I mean, I like full screen. I like it. It's just obviously, as you know, Sidney Pollack is pointing out, it's not the way in which he wanted his work to be shown. And that's not to say that a pan and scan video can't be its own creative thing. It certainly can be. I mean, it's a work unto itself because it means someone had to hyperfixate on what in the shot is the most important. And that can still have creative value. It's just not, in this case, Sidney Pollack's work. It's not Martin Scorsese's work in the full screen version of Casino, for instance. That sort of thing. Fire TV user, yeah, exactly. You're like 15 seconds behind. Yeah, I know that pain. When we watch shows, it's on the Fire TV stick, and if I'm chatting, I use the laptop. So that's the other thing too. Is Rio's the account who's got Turbo, so you'll be like, Pib, you weren't what? Like I may describe something from someone. She'll be like, Pib, you weren't in the user list. How do you know that thing from that show? It wasn't my account that was watching it. Let me tell you, Twitch without Turbo is just, fucking rough. I mean, this channel, I don't think you get many ads. I certainly don't run any on a scheduler. I'm not saying people shouldn't run ads. I'm just saying, oh boy, some parts of this website are fucking unusable without it. God damn it. So yeah, if, for instance, you were to convert this to, portrait, as they call it, or 9 by 16 aspect ratio, like for this it could work. To an extent it does work, because when I do stream on TikTok, what you usually get is you'll get that exact picture, more or less. You'll see the entire 4:3 aspect ratio, and then I don't know, maybe this part of me from here to here, perhaps. I mean, it's not the full picture, but that's mostly because, TikTok's got no chill sometimes, and I don't think they would appreciate my yoga pants, I mean, the people on there would like it, but, the administrative team is nuts. That sort of thing. But like Saints Row, for instance, like where would you put the shot? You'd either have to zoom the thing out and make it near impossible to see. You'd have to zoom all the way in, which means elements of the screen are missing. Or, I may have to go get a DVD in a second here. Or, or some combination of the two. Actually, hang on here. We're about to conduct a science experiment. Excuse me. Excuse me. We're not actually watching the movie, but I want to show you something. For science. And I just happen to have this DVD here, which will help prove my point. Incorrect disc? Oh, fuck off. What do you mean, incorrect disc? This thing worked earlier. Come on, asshole. Try that again. So there's something I want to show you, if I can at least get this thing to the goddamn DVD menu here. It'll help prove my point. Time to check the Lisa soon. That DVD is fine. It's just dusty, whatever. So again, we're not going to actually watch this movie. I just want us to see the menu for a second here. So it'll process. You'll get there in a second. So, come on.
Welcome to You Only Live Twice Special Edition DVD. Please activate your navigation system now.
Okay. Push a button. So, one thing that's noteworthy on this particular scene. Now, you notice that we're seeing this in a 4:3 aspect ratio, because that's what the setup is for, and that's... There is the DVD player can tell that's what it needs to output because of the way it's hooked up. Now, if you take this DVD and you put it into, say, one with an HDMI connection, so it automatically knows that the 16:9 aspect ratio is available, this does not stretch out to fill the gap. Like, it's not distorted. What happens is there's additional video, like here, and then on the other side as well. It's just all of the important bits are constrained within the 4:3 aspect ratio. And regardless of whether you're seeing it in 16:9 or in 4:3, you're still getting the same really important information, which is, of course, the menuing. So, you push the buttons and you could decide if you wanted to, where you wanted to watch the movie, if you wanted to watch Sean Connery do the thing where he turns Japanese, which is so fucking horrible. You know, that thing. Like, it's not, I mean, you sort of overscan, but it's just like there would be more here. There would be more here. Now, the other thing, the reason why I bring this up, okay, let's just give me regular music. I don't need to hear the movie soundtrack. A lot of sports broadcasts used to be like this. So, you understand, like, at some point, like, baseball, NFL, somewhere between, like, 2005, 2010, they went high definition, widescreen. But the little screen graphics, like score, ball placement, all the really important things, were still constrained in the 4:3 aspect ratio that you see here, and that the essential items were still, for better or for worse, within the environs of 4:3, but it was still widescreen. So, there were just, sides of the screen that, still showed whatever was going on, but none of the essential information was placed there. So that if they had to pan and scan it back to 4:3 for, like, other broadcasts, back when you had old-timey digital analog signals, like, they didn't have to change anything. But now the elements are everywhere. Now they're all over the damn screen, and they're outside the environs of the 4:3 aspect ratio, which means it is much more difficult to watch that kind of thing on something in which the 16:9 aspect ratio would not be available. And that's the big problem you also have with games, because now shit is everywhere on the screen. I mean, when we resume playing Saints Row on Sunday, I mean, I'll try to remember to point that out, but, like, where would you fucking crop? There's nowhere you could possibly crop and show, like, a 4:3 or a 3:4 or a 9:16 and give the viewer all of the pertinent information. You couldn't watch the entire fucking cutscene. It would be impossible. Now, granted, there's no shortage of streamers out there who, let's call balls and strikes here, they're definitely not doing anything artistic. I mean, you could argue that what they're doing has artistic value, and it certainly does, but it's probably not the primary objective. And, they're not going to care about that sort of thing. But I care! I care about it! That's what makes my show different, goddammit. That's what makes me the bitch that I am. Between losing interest in most shows, movies, pop culture being split amongst a number of streaming services, having ad blockers, most advertising have been removed from your life. Yay! So, yeah, like, again, this is me having pretensions about doing something artistic when really I'm probably doing the same thing everyone else is, but I'm convinced I'm doing something different, even though maybe I'm not. All right, let's get this DVD out of there before MGM sues me. They're like, no, Pib, you did not watch that DVD using MGM Plus, and now we're going to sue you. Actually, Bezos owns this crap now, so. All right, back to the game. So that's why I don't like vertical streaming on TikTok and indeed also on Twitch. I don't like it. But you thought that the streamers are called creators. Oh, God. I've said this before. I'm from the old school. I'm from old school YouTube. I'm from the era when you couldn't fucking make money on YouTube. So because there was no profit motive, you just made whatever dumbass thing you wanted to make. Now I have taken steps to protect that. That's not to say that people shouldn't be able to go get their coin. Go get your coin. But I have taken steps to ensure that I don't have to compromise whatever my stupid vision may be in order to please advertisers or sponsors or whatever. Exactly, Elder Gang. And again, that's not to say that other people can't create creative things under those constraints. I'm just saying I'm glad I don't have to. I don't have to consider it. And me making a dumbass thing is stopping a discussion pointing out Nintendo's anti-consumer antics and Elon Musk going up against Donald Trump to bitch about aspect ratios. This is why, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love playing Saints Row 2, and we're going to play that start to finish. But every once in a while, it behooves me to play a game like this, where I can just play it on autopilot and just shoot off at the mouth. And apparently Super Mario Bros. 3 is one of those games I can do that with, so yay! I mean, Christ, I've played this game enough. I mean, I'm not gonna say I could speed run the damn thing, but nah, I'm not going to. I don't have it in me to be a speedrunner. I don't want to. I'll you know what? Amalgamate, that wig's entirely yours. I don't want it. You get to be the queen of speed. I don't want it. But you know, I like to shoot off at the mouth about things. It's one of my favorite things. And I do it so well. Also, is it just me, or were there a lot of pictures and videos running around of Dan Clancy always with a drink at his hand at TwitchCon Rotterdam? That guy could drink the Gay Mafia under the table. You'll take the title, but the royalty is less compared to... Oh, don't sell yourself short. Don't go selling yourself short on this one. There's no perfect product, only perfect products. Do I want that? No, I don't. I want that. I want that. I want that. Because that's like one of the only stages where you can have that. Oh, damn it. I want that. Yay. Motherfucker. 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 Yay. I wish you could have this in more stages. I really do. I wish. This is so beautiful. I mean, if Dan Clancy is out of the country, I mean, I imagine he's back now. It's just like, that guy likes to drink. And I mean, I like to drink. Don't get me wrong. I love booze. But I'm also aware that I can't love it too much, or I won't be able to love it anymore. You know what I mean? There is such thing as too much of a good thing. I don't want to turn into an alcoholic. Pib, are you implying that I don't know? I don't know. I don't know his life. I know he sure gets caught with a drink in his hand an awful lot. I only get caught with those on Saturdays. Unless it's a special occasion, you're only gonna catch me with a drink in my hand on a Saturday night. Too much boob sounds fake. I don't know. I've got a tit plate that's way bigger than this. way bigger than this. Let me see if I can find footage of it. Let me see if I can find footage of it. Let me see here. Because I have a bigger one. I just only busted out. No pun intended. Very rarely. Because it's incredibly heavy. And it can only go with, like, a plunging neckline. Damn it, I must have streamed it under retro. God damn it. Maybe it was Dino Crisis 2? I think it was Dino Crisis 2. No, that's not it. Oh, yes it is. Who wants to see me with even bigger boobies? Let's see here. Can we pull up the actual page for this one? I need to actually... Yeah. Okay, now don't play it at 2 times speed. That's just hilarious. Okay, 1 time speed. So... So, here's me with bigger boobs from like 3 years ago. We should go! Jump! The problem is they jut out further than my fucking hips. So they only get used very rarely. Look, the way the hourglass works is the top of the hourglass should not be larger than the bottom of the hourglass. If this is jutting out further left to right than this, something has gone wrong. It should not work that way. It is possible to move that slider a little bit too far to the right. Your friend that had to get the bulbar reduction surgery can feel the back pain? Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, these are lightweight. These are nothing. I could tank these. That's no problem. Please tell me I'm gonna get one on this fucking go. Dope! Dope! Oh god, I hate this stage. But Pip, you say that a lot. Yeah, but I really hate this stage. Pip, we're not doing that bit again, are we? No, but I can always bring up the archival version. I don't have to do this bit, but I can always remember the time we did that bit. Yeah, turn it down a bit. It's a little bit too loud. Yeah, I'm not doing that bit again. Just let me pull up me from 5 years ago.
Ooh, I hate this one. This one's my least favorite. I say that about all of them, but that's true because all of them are my least favorite. I say that about a lot of stages, but I hate this stage. I know that I say that a lot about the stage, that I hate this stage, but I hate the stage. I hate this stage. Oh yeah, it's the one I hate the most. I know I say that I hate these stages a lot, and I know that I say that I hate these stages a lot, and I know that I say that I hate this stage a lot, but I really hate this stage. I think I actually got the wording in there correct. I hate this stage. I know I say that a lot, and I know the last time I said that this is the stage I hate the most, and I know that I've all said that that was the stage I hated the most, and I know that I said that stage was the stage that I hated the most, but this is the stage. Hang on a minute. And I know that I said that that last stage was the worst stage, but This is the worst
She
stage.
saved it!
Now, I hate this stage. Now, I know that I said that I hate this other stage. And I know that I said that I know that I said that I hate this stage. And I know that I said that I know that I said that I know that I said that I hate that stage. And I know that I said that 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 I hate this stage. But I really hate this stage. I've actually jumped one ahead there too fast. Good enough. See? This is clearly the worst stage ever. Now I know that... No, I already said it. I don't have to say it again. If I say it now, I'm just making shit up. Now this stage, this is... I had no problem with this stage. The stage is fine. But you were all thinking I was gonna say the thing, didn't you? This is the worst stage ever. Now, I know that I said that the other stage is the worst stage ever. And I know that I said that I know that I said that it was the worst stage ever. And I know that I said that I know that I said that I know that I said that it was the worst stage ever. And I know that I said that 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 that was the worst stage ever. And I know that I said that 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 that was the worst stage ever. But this stage is the worst stage ever.
Damn it, you're off by one. The bit is that I hate this stage, that I know that I said that I hate that stage, and you have to keep going, and you have to add one incrementally every time you do it. And you have to do it to Lawrence Welk music, apparently. So it's like, I know that I said that I said... It's like, I hate this stage. Now, I know that I said that I hate that stage, and I know that I said that I know that I said that I hate that stage. And I know that I said that I know that I said that I know that I said that I hate that stage. And I know that I said that 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 I hate that stage. And I know that I said that 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 I hated that last stage. But this stage, this is the stage I hate the most. It's a very tricky bit if you can, but if you can keep it going, it's a surprisingly good bit. I feel free to take it for a spin. You don't have to credit to me, just do it. Anyway, I think I missed a couple bangers in chat. Give me a second there. You get Bob nostalgia. You grew up watching trash TV and you vividly remember ladies with giant fake bobs pranced around on Springer or Jenny Jones. Oh yeah, we loved the bazombas. All I know is when Queen Pib conquers the world, anyone can have any size boobs they want. You want big jugs? We'll give them to you. You got big jugs, but you want small jugs? We'll fix your jugs. You got jugs and you don't even want them anymore? We'll get rid of them. Elon just confirmed on Twitter that this is his favorite stage. You can't even play this, let alone Diablo. See, if Trump really wanted to hurt Elon, he should post on Truth Social that Elon actually doesn't know how to play a goddamn video game. All I have to do is get Eric to pull out his Xbox and he'll kick Elon's ass in anything. That's right, Eric. Turn on the fucking Xbox and go kick Elon's ass.
That's it. Put Trish in charge.
I accept this charge. Cupcake, thank you for 42 months. Welcome back. Queen Pip's Titty Emporium. You want tits and you got tits and you want bigger tits, we'll give you bigger tits. You got big tits and you want little tits, we'll give you little tits. You got giant tits and you want no tits, we'll take those titties away. Tits of all shapes and sizes for anyone who wants them. You want a disembodied tit that you could just play with on your desk like it's a stress toy. We give you those too. Beauty. Well, I suppose I am dressed for if I want to start one of them juntas, but I think we can avoid that. Anyway, I would wager we're probably not going to finish this game. Like I said, we're just vibing. Lida would be nice. My shoulders are so hosed. Like... I was like... It's like, it's June. Am I allowed to talk about gay and trans things? I guess I am. Like, I'm not really one for, like, labels or anything. I just exist as who I am. But I guess if you told me I had to... I had to program, categorize, easily reference myself, I would legally have to say that I am gender fluid. I wander back and forth or exist in the middle as I see fit. Now, you know, I was a stein dude at birth, and I'm not really interested in doing anything that would change me physically. Now, that's not to say that other people can't do that. Hey, you set up what the requirements are for you. You're the best person to judge what does or does not work for you. What works for one person will kill the person next to them. So I'm not... What does gender fluid taste like, in my opinion? A good 12-year-old scotch. That's the drink, not... Anyway. Humor. So that, you know, there's times when I'm very visibly masked. And then you have me right now, where I am very clearly one echelon removed from Sniper Wolf. This is why I usually prefer to say that a drink is 12 years aged. Also, no one's done this, but for the love of God, don't ever do the I'm 12 meme, because that will actually get your account taken away. Do not do that under any circumstances. And I'm also saying, don't do that under any circumstances. Not wink, wink, nudge, nudge, do that the joke. Do not do that under any circumstances. I cannot protect your account if you do that. Anyway, I exist, you know, like if I report to work, I will usually just be masked. Though I may, you know, kind of move the slider sometimes towards the middle sometimes. Like, my showing up for my day job looks will range from traditionally masculine to gender non-conforming. Mostly that's just out of some combination of practicality and, you know, maybe wanting to be a little fancy, you know? That sort of thing. Like, I'm going to work. I'm not exactly going to a fucking fancy ball or something. Like, I would not show up to work like this. They have done nothing to deserve this. That being said, I like that when I'm comfortable, when I'm feeling like it, and I want to look like this, I can just do it. I can just do it. And I like that I can go back and forth at will. Now, were I to come out and say, I want to transition, a lot of you would I'm not. Hold your applause. Hold your applause. I'm not. Hold your applause. That's not what I'm saying. That being said, if I were to say that, a whole lot would be like, yeah, that tracks, that's awesome, poggers, so on and so forth. You know, you would exclaim, affirmation in countless different ways, and obviously I would appreciate it. I'm not saying that that's happening, it's not. What I am saying, though, is that for the way in which I live my life and the way in which I like to present myself, I like the side of the batter's box that I sit in when I'm just trying to be practical, you know? I like that I can go back and forth at will. Now, and again, this is just me setting my own expectations and my own wants and needs. I don't know that if I were to stand in the other side of the batter's box, which is to say transition, if I'd be able to keep going back and forth. And I mean, you could certainly say, I mean, look, sitting in the other batter box is as much or as little as you want it to be. And you're absolutely correct in that regard if that's what you're saying. I just think that for what I do and what I want to be, it's easier if I stand in one and just kind of jump over in the other one whenever I feel like it. And that, of course, is valid. Because I think it's easier for me to go from mask to whatever the hell it is you see right now than, you know, for me to go back the other way. Not impossible. Not impossible. Absolutely not impossible. It's just, for what I want, this does it for me. This does it for me personally. It obviously satisfies whatever internal criteria I have set for myself, and it works for me. Also, I hate the entire Sky World. I should have done this earlier, to be quite honest. Tell you what, I'm just gonna go over here. Let's not kid anyone, and let's just go over here. Let's just do that. So yes, that is my gay is whatever the hell I am story. None of you require. Oh yeah, I yes, I know you appreciate the explanation. You didn't need it, but you're happy that you have it. Exactly. I just felt like putting that out there, I guess. Cause like, don't get me wrong, I love looking like this. I love looking like this, but I also love looking like your dad. I love looking like your dad. And for what I want, it gets the job done. Do I find my lived experience changes as I shift between the extremes? I don't know. I mean, I'm obviously going to do this only in front of people I think are awesome. Or if I think there's a solid chance I'm going to encounter people who are awesome. Like this, and events and conventions and other things I don't necessarily go into because, you know, not everything is for the internet to hear. Ooh, rough time for that shell down there. When he got that Agent Morgan suit with the gray hair, though, like this is normally the time of year where I fix my undercut so I can look more like the, you know, the broad you saw in that Mario 3 video from earlier. But I'm kind of like that my hair is starting to look like fucking Michael DeSanta from GTA 5. Kind of digging it, so I don't want to get rid of it just yet, because it'll take a hot minute before it'll look like that again. I kind of want to keep it that way for now. Just because. You can relate to that as a femme person. You couldn't enjoy femme things because they felt like an obligation. As a mass person, you love performing feminine because it's special, because you want to, not because you have to. Exactly. You love hearing everybody's different experiences. I mean that's the thing. Like, if you accept that everyone has their own lived experience, and everyone has their own criteria for what does or doesn't do it for themselves, I mean, it's probably, you know, it's interesting to hear these kinds of fucking things. Like, legitimately. Like, you're not coming to me for an answer for how you should conduct yourself. It's more, how does that work? How does this work? And I'm like, well, that's how it works. That sort of thing. So there you go. I like to be a piece of work, but I also like to look like your dad. that being said, every once in a while, and once in a blue moon, I will report to the show looking like your dad. Usually happens maybe 2 or 3 times a year, but every once in a while I'm like, all right, it's time for Dad Pib to show up. You've all been misbehaving. It's time for your dad to come here and yell at you. That sort of thing. God damn it! Yeah, at least the home internet's still up. That's pretty boggers. So we got that going for us. All right, let me see. Actually, what I should do, let me see if my blue sky is still loading. Are there any banger things I should be pointing out back on the Elon and Trump thing? Oh yeah. Well, now that because I think I assume now my connection must be split tunneling. Like I assume the show is still being broadcast through the hotspot, but I'm guessing the other internet now is probably just going through whatever my existing internet was. Yeah, I have a few interesting skeets here. Give me a second. Let me pull these up. Let's make sure I've got them all framed properly here. So yeah, this was the Kanye West tweet from earlier. Taking a break from scowling while on a shopping spree with my nude wife and fabulous ultra-wealthy vacation spot to express my support for 2 of the other worst living guys. With Kanye going, bros, please know we love you both so much. Skeets, that's what we call them on Blue Sky. Elon is backing out of decommissioning the Dragon rockets. What the hell kind of delicious food can we make fun of him for that one? Baby enchilada? Elon never can have integrity lest all that is this isn't working. It's not quite as nice as Trump taco, Trump always chickens out. Doesn't work out so well. You have that. You also have this possible oh shit moment in which you might need to fire everyone associated with Doge because now they could all just be Elon sleeper agents. And then I think the tweet, skeet, whatever of the day goes to Drill, who said, the president won't say your cheap dunks against Jeffrey Epstein, but your friends who have ties to state-sponsored pedophilia will. That might be the one of the day. That might be the best one. I think that's the skeet of the day. In my humble opinion. Again, that's at least what I think. You're finding there to be benefits to them locking out the Bird app to only users, no more doom scrolling. Right, like I got rid of my Twitter account, X account, whatever the piss it is. Basically after it was hard confirmed that there was no way to opt out of Grok using everything you ever posted to apparently become incredibly woke, according to them, because apparently Grok is unironically woke. It's still Grok, and it's horrible. So I got rid of it after that, and since, you know, they locked out so you have to be signed in to see shit, yeah, I can't fucking see this shit either, so I have to get it second or third hand from people on Blue Sky who I guess still maintain a Twitter presence, or like fucking Hassan or somebody. But I mean, every once in a while you get to see what the hell's going on over there and going, yeah, I'm glad I'm not over there anymore. I think I made the right choice. I mean, you could doom scroll on Blue Sky if you really want to. You can, the technology is there. I mean, the other thing too is, I mean, quiet part out loud here. I mean, AIs are going to be trained on Blue Sky Post because it's... I mean, anyone can see it, so anyone can train off of it. But at least Elon Musk isn't... I mean, I guess he still could. Whatever. At least there's a degree of separation involved. Reality is a socialist bias. No, I agree. I agree. It's just oy vey. Anyway, the important thing is that I had my Gay Mafia badge tucked into my belt, that being the style at the time. I actually have this FBI one for cosplays, but it's kind of ridiculous because it's bigger than the badge holder. Like, look at this thing. It's so fucking gigantic. Like, oh my god, it's so big. Nickel for every time I've had that problem. That thing is huge. Like, look at it next to this thing. Look at it next to this thing. Other way. It's gigantic. It's too big, damn it. You only still use it because you follow a lot of Japanese artists, and apparently Japan just doesn't give a fuck about the online American. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I kind of said the same thing to Rio when we went. I haven't been to a Walmart in 5 years since before the pandemic. Last time I went to Walmart, it was February 2020. I think I bought some toilet paper just to say I went to Walmart and bought some toilet paper. I think I did that literally just to say that I did. And then after that, I was like, I'm not going into Walmart anymore. For 2 reasons. 1, it's a Walmart. 2, save it for people who... Look, the Queen Pip House can afford to not shop at Walmart. And since I can afford to not shop at Walmart, I figure I should leave that shit for the people who need to shop at Walmart. It's a silly reason, but it's a reason all the same. But when we went there on last Friday for a laugh, I was like, it's like I'm going in. Half of me was like, it's like I'm in a zoo, and the other half was like, oh my god, I'm in like that Superstore show on NBC. Oh my god, am I actually gonna get a combination here? Go! Go! It has been the same fucking one the entire show. I just cannot be asked to remember any of them. And I haven't even been drinking. But yeah, I went in there and it's like, wow, half of it's like, half of it was like watching a nature documentary, and the other half was, oh my god, it's like it's that TV show. I was truly taken aback by the amount of Walmart workers who were on the phones, but also, you know, if I was a Zoomer or a Gen Alpha or whatever, and I had to work there too, I'd probably be on my phone all the time as well. So I can't exactly fault them for that. Like, there's some times where, like, I may be in the client and a client company relationship, and I'm like, what the hell are you doing over there? Like that one time, the company that did some work on my house like a month or 2 ago fucked up and sent a bunch more goddamn shipping, building materials to my house that I didn't ask for. And I'm like, what the fuck kind of what the hell kind of outfit you're running over there that your project manager's got his head so buried up his own ass that he's ordering redundant building materials and then technically kind of stealing them when he comes to get them back? Like, that's like, excuse me, I gave you people 5 figures, sort out your shit. And then at Walmart, it's like, you know, it's a Walmart, they're being paid minimum wage, Christ, who cares? Again, like that one GameStop over on Staten Island that was like, fuck it, let's just staple the receipts to the Switch 2 boxes. What could possibly go wrong? I don't blame them for thinking that, because on paper, there shouldn't have been any problem with stapling a receipt to a Switch 2 box beyond the indignity of, stapling something to a box. It shouldn't have threatened the structural integrity of anything inside. But now that my internet is working, everyone's like, no, you're not going to show this to us, are you?
Don't do this. Please, don't do this. Get up. Let's get up. Don't do it. Man, don't do it. No, don't do it. Think of your family. Think of your fans. Think of everybody. You got the kid in the house.
Via Wario64 on Twitter, apparently one GameStop store used a stapler to attach receipts to Switch 2 boxes. The staple ruined the screen. So you have a staple attached to a receipt to the front of the box, which shouldn't be too much of a concern. Unfortunately, the staple penetrated the box. And in Nintendo's infinite wisdom, and I bitched about this at the top of the broadcast, they made the LCD of the Switch 2 sit flush with the external packaging. Which means the Switch 2 screen there has 2 holes in it now. That is Nintendo's failure, not the workers' failure. I mean, I get it. There's an argument to be had for the packaging being besmirched by a staple. I understand that. I will not necessarily disagree with you on that. I get it. Sometimes we like our packaging pristine. Sometimes we want it covered in a million stickers. I get it. But you cannot lay the damage to the Switch 2 on the fucking workers' hands, because how the fuck were they supposed to fucking know that Nintendo would put 0 fucking clearance on the goddamn package? Again, if you did an elbow drop onto the top of a Nintendo Switch 2 package, you would damage the screen. Yeah, if you're retail, you're not getting paid enough to give a fuck. Exactly. Which is why when we had this discussion with the East Coast crowd, there's a person here who works for GameStop. He says how much they get paid, and I said, yeah. You're not getting paid enough to care about these details. And also, if Nintendo hadn't put out stupid fucking packaging, you wouldn't be in that goddamn position in the first place. Yeah, minimum wage means minimum effort. Exactly. You get what you pay for better or for worse. You can expect some damage to occur to the packaging. Nintendo cannot expect the packaging to remain pristine. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's what the packaging is there for. It's not to be a thing that necessarily goes on your shelf. Babe, what about everything in your... Shut up! It's to protect the contents within the packaging. Pip, you have an intact 3DS Year of Luigi box on the wall. I said, shut up! Do as I say, not as I do. But yes, the purpose of the packaging is to protect the contents of the packaging. If the packaging remains secure, that's a bonus. Streamers that show off their boxes are the exception. I mean, I have the boxes. They're not usually part of my setup. I don't know. See, I'm also the kind of person who's like, did you pay me money? Then no, you can't have your product shown off. Did you pay me? No, then you're not getting the free advertising. I think this is the one time we're unironically going to use the frog suit. Give me La Grenouille. Oh, he's so cute. Because yeah, this is the Undersea auto-scroller, so I kind of want the frog suit for this one. Not to be confused with... Damn it. Well, that was a nice frog suit while it lasted. Now that was a nice 3 seconds. Say not to be confused with frog suit Jason from Friday the 13th. You know, back when you could make an asymmetrical online horror game and have it succeed, instead of now the option being, well, either you do a Dead by Daylight DLC or you just fail right out the gate. I'm your Goomba shoe. I thank you, Brainy. Does this make Mario a furry or a scaly? Why not both? I would say both. He's also been a bumblebee and a penguin. So, basically everything. You generally kept the boxes, they were good for transport. Oh yeah, I mean, a good box is nice. I mean, there's no shortage of, like, old monitor boxes that make... I mean, monitor boxes, paper boxes are really good for that sort of thing, too. I mean, most of my storage is in old paper ream boxes. Because they carry a lot of things, and they can take a bit of a beating. They don't look nice, but they get the job done. So... But yeah, I cannot imagine a world where, like, okay... Like, again, so take this DVD box if you only live twice. Pretend it's thicker. But like again, if you open up your Nintendo Switch packaging and right at the top of the goddamn thing is the fucking screen, represented by this DVD here, for instance, that it meant, like, if anyone did this, that's destroyed merchandise. Like, all anyone wants to do is to ruin someone's day is kick the fucking display case at Target. You know what I mean? Oh god, this stage. No, I'm not doing that bit. I gotta time this one perfectly here. Here we go. Come on now. Ooh, careful, careful. See, now, the fun thing about this stage, right, is if you fuck up and you're like, oh my god, I'm going to land on that thing. Did you notice what's still moving even though I paused the game? So all you got to do is just remember where you're standing and just wait for the thing to fuck off. Like, oh no! Ah, we're good. It's a cool trick. It's a cool trip. Cool trick. This guy's gonna be a bit of a pain. Like, if I could just... Go! And go! And done. I said done. I said done! Yay. Exactly, the 8-bit devs thought of everything. They really did. Except, they didn't put boobs in this game, which is unfortunate. Mario 3 needs more boobs. Needs more boobs. It needs more boobs. This game doesn't have enough boobs. It needs so many more boobs. You would not believe how many boobs this game needs. There's an extreme boob deficiency in this game, and I don't appreciate it one bit. Exactly, chef. It needs more booba. While in the service overseas, one dude hated men at work. The one girl played them full blast every day after work. He'd go to the military shop, basically. Oh, jeez. Wow, that guy really hated the song Land Down Under, huh? Fucking love that song. Like, I know it's supposed to be about, like, Australia or something, but, like, if you kind of shifted your perspective for a second, it's like the first 5 hours of Final Fantasy X. Like, you know, he meets a girl. That's Riku. Then he meets a man somewhere. He had a 6 foot tall and full of muscle. That's Waka. And then there's some other guy who shows up. That's Auron. Literally, the Men at Work song, Land Down Under, it's about Final Fantasy X. It doesn't know it, but it is. It's literally about Final Fantasy X. Maybe I'll just go this way. Yeah, I gotta go this way. Give me a second here. There you go. There you go. Someone wants to make it the world's stupidest AMV for Final Fantasy X. There you go. Now that we have ourselves a little flying dealy bop, we can go in and do the flight stuff. So I think it's, is it this one? It was. Good. Yay. Oh, would you settle down, game? Boom. AWG, by the way, and Cold Drake. Mega Warrior already said hey, and to you, Sean, that I have not said hello to all of you and Bernie the Cat the whole fucking show. How you doing? Welcome on in. We'll be live for about... Well, I did say I was going to hard cap this show at 4 hours, but maybe I'll play with fire, because I'm still technically on the hotspot. Our next scheduled broadcast will be Saturday night. 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. We're going to pander to the furries. And again, you may go, what does that entail? Well, some of you got a hint earlier. I'm not going to repeat it. But suffice to say, if you're a furry and you like furry-adjacent looks, Saturday's going to be the show for you. Queen Pib, not a furry, but #1 with furries. I don't know where exactly y'all fit in, but there's something inherently queer going on here, and I will stand in front of it and defend it. And I'm not going to try doing the skip on the stage. We'll be here all night. It'll take more time to do the skip than the skip would actually save. You're a furry. You think it's too late to deny that. I don't know. I don't know where I would get the impression that someone called Brainy the RPG Cat is a furry. I don't know. I'm not sure where I would get that impression. I don't know. Many people are saying. Who could tell? Who amongst us has started to put cat in the name and not be a furry? I feel like I'm giving the fucking Jim Leahy speech over here. You know the one. Yeah, this fucking one. This one right here.
Test. Test. Test.
Get off the stage, you drunk bastard!
Shut up. Hey, Jackie Chan, welcome on in.
Who in this park, or even who in the whole world, doesn't have problems? Who doesn't have a drink too many times once in a while, and maybe even ones that passed out in their own driveway, pissing themselves? Huh?
Damn, I didn't know Dan Clancy was giving this speech.
I mean, serious. Well, who doesn't have a little puff from time to time? Or who doesn't have problems with the people they love? Randy.
John Dunsworth, you were gone too soon. Yeah, who amongst us? Who hasn't had a drink too many and maybe woke up pissed at themselves? Who amongst us? Let he who has not done that throw the first stone. Or I suppose also she or they. Or, look, you get the idea. Oh, it turns out I actually want to go down here. There we go. You're curious. Look, I'm not here to judge anyone or anything. I'm just, I am very cognizant of the fact that there's a lot of, crossover between people who will appreciate what's going on here and people who are also furries. And yes, I will lean into it because you are amazing people. It has nothing to do with the fact that you also watch my show. It's the way it is. Yo, whomst amongst us? Exactly, gimmick. Here we go here. Get up there. There you go. Yeah, that was going to be way shorter than trying to do the actual skip, because I cannot do the skip. It does not work. Is this a guy or a girl? I'm the solution. That's what I is. All right. 7 or 8. Well, we could do 8, because then we'll actually get to the... Oh, I don't know if I like this one. I don't know. I am an institution. Yes, I am. Of all the things that have been true, that is certainly one of them. Pretty good for hotspot? I know. Like, that hotspot was for emergency purposes only. I got it 2 years ago, and I've been paying for it ever since. And tonight, it's actually proving its goddamn worth. It's doing an impressive job. The show hasn't skipped a beat the entire goddamn night. You know what? Maybe that stage just isn't meant to be. Let's try the other one instead. Give me that. I think I'm gonna hate this. Okay, so far, yeah, I'm gonna hate this. I'm trying to get a running start. Come on. I'm gonna hate this. I hate this stage. I know that I said that I know that I had. I know that I said that I know that I said that I hated the other stage, but this stage, I hate this stage. God damn it. Oh boy. Come on. Just make it. There we go. Yay. Deviant. That reminds me of that one poll I saw where it was like, the first one was like, do you think you could take a werewolf? And 97% of respondents said yes. And then the follow-up was, in a fight? And then it dropped to like 40%. I think maybe some people were using a different definition when they answered the first question. Maybe. Who could say? Who hasn't dreamed about taking a werewolf and not in a fight? Whomst among us? Well, I mean, not me, but... I mean, that's the thing. Maybe I'm in the minority on that one. Reminds me of the opening line to an episode of Titus. Stated, the Los Angeles Times states that, and I'm just quoting it verbatim, that doesn't mean it's actually true. But like the opening monologue for that show, God, I loved that show back in the day. I don't know if it aged well, but it was like the intro was like, the Los Angeles Times states that 63% of American families are now considered dysfunctional. We're normal. It's the people of the mom, dad, brother, sister, little sister, little white picket fence. Those people are the freaks. And I mean... how the hell do I know that the rational response to, could you take a werewolf and I don't mean in a fight? How am I supposed to know that? The answer is, why would you consider that? How am I supposed to know that's the correct response? Again, maybe I'm in the minority on that. I don't fucking know. How can I control my own mind? That's just the goddamn world we live in. And this is why I need to make... Again, this is why every once in a while... Again, we will resume playing Saints Row on Sunday. But this is why every once in a while I gotta put on one of these games I can play that just... Again, you got this, the Xanadu, Resident Evil 3, doesn't require a whole lot of my brain being dedicated to, you know, figuring out how to play the game. I played it so much that so much of it is just second nature at this point. So we can discuss the finer nuances of whether or not apparently you would fuck a werewolf. Umbrella Corps is not one of those games. Absolutely not. So Nevbite was playing it last week, and I'm like, why would you do that to yourself? For the shock value, obviously. I mean, it's probably for the same reason that, you know, so many people do so many of the things they do. It's about being an exhibitionist. It's about showing the world that you can. You know, I think I'd have to let one of the lycanthropes answer that one. Would any of the senior lycanthropy experts like to weigh in on that one? I will defer to their fudgeman. Oh God, I hate this stage. Now I know that I said that I hated that other stage, and I know that I said that I know that I said that I hated that other stage, and I know that I said that I know that I said that I know that I said that I hated that other stage, but this stage, this is the worst stage. And I know that I said that I wasn't gonna do this bit, and I know that I said that I know that I said that I wasn't gonna do this bit, but damn it, I'm doing this bit. Again, that's a solid bit. Feel free to steal it. You don't even have to attribute it to me. It's Creative Commons. It is an open source license. That means you can use it however you wish. Careful here. There we go. Damn it. Well, that's gonna be a pain. Fuck it, whatever. Of course, now the problem is I gotta do the whole second half of the fucking stage now. Careful. Careful. Go! Is that gonna do it? Good, okay. Use, and get at it. Oh, go! Motherfucker! We had him. I had that miserable little shit dead to rights. I had you. I had you. Now he's gonna give the fucking Dominic Toretto speech from fucking Fast and the Furious. It don't matter if it's by an inch or a mile. A win is a win. It's not the exact vernacular, but you get the idea. How many Juggums clouds am I sitting on here? 2. So I want to burn one of them here. No, I got a better idea. Let's just go over here. Let's just get the damn thing done. Let's just get our asses on up over here already. And I got like a mushroom. Perfect. Saw it here about the internet being down. I mean, it has subsequently come back up. I'm just still on the hotspot because it actually came back 2 hours into broadcast. So technically it'd have been down for 3 hours. But hey, that's why we have the hotspot as an emergency backup. The show goes on. I am a professional and we only cancel shows if it's absolutely necessary. My old man is down. Apparently that is not a concern strong enough to cancel the show. I'm not exactly going to be upset about that. Tell you what, I don't know. Give me nothing. Give me nothing. Because again, look, we have a streak of 176 consecutive shows without an untimely cancellation. And I intend to keep that record going for as long as possible. For 176 shows, we have gone live in a row without a work stoppage with less than 4 hours notice. Like, if I give you enough advance warning of a show cancellation, I can keep the streak alive. Now, if I had to cancel a show with no notice, I would cancel the show. If I had to. I'm not gonna, push myself to the limit or do anything life-threatening. If I have to cancel a show, I cancel a show. And if I gotta cancel a show in such a way it ends the streak, it ends the streak. Whoop-de-fucking-do. But I am Queen Pib. I am a consummate professional. If you found me at 9 o'clock local time on a Thursday, then that means I need to be live at 9 o'clock local time on a Thursday. How the fuck else are you gonna find me? For a broadcast that doesn't have to adhere to any standards, doesn't have to adhere to the profit motive, I still take this thing some fucking professionally. Yes, if I'm violently ill, yes, I would cancel the stream, yes. The last work stoppage was actually, I want to say it was July of last year. It was only because, we were given, no warning. We're like, do you want Spoon and Tater? And we're like, yes, bring them over. And that was with almost no notice. Like, okay, show's canceled, the streak is over. And then we started a new streak. And now we also have Spoon and Tater, who are adorable when, they're not howling at 3 in the fucking morning. Tater, baby boy, I love you, but just as I was about to drift off last night, he sang the song of his people in the hallway. And I was like, fine, whatever. And then just as I'm about to drift off again, he fucking does it again! And they're like, alright, I guess I'm awake now. Just about to drift off again, he fucking does it again! Like, what is this, a goddamn Vegas casino? Do I gotta use fucking earplugs in my own goddamn house? So I went and I stole a couple of his cat toys and I put them away. That's the thing, they have a lot of cat toys. And when they're howling in the middle of the goddamn night, it means they've got too many cat toys to play with. And some of them must be put away. Especially the kitty weed ones. Especially those ones. You think somebody raided and then you spent 2 weeks trying to find my channel again because the timing was weird? I mean, yeah, that's the thing too. Especially if anyone raids me if anyone raids me in the 5th hour, which is anything that happens in the next 5 minutes, it gets kind of dicey after that because it depends on how long I go late the next time or whatever. What am I, a narc? No, but I do have this prop badge for the DEA. I'm saving that for when we actually do play narc. Not the arcade game, the incredibly regrettable 2005, 2006 game, one of those. All right. Do I turn this in? I'm turning this into a betting situation. We're about to have a betting situation here. So, you will have an opportunity here to wager your channel points. This is a portion of the game in which RNG is involved. There are 3 stages in front of us, but there's a chance we don't have to do them all. And it hinges entirely on RNG. This is called how many hands are we going to get? So what happens if you walk over that thing, you got bad RNG, hand comes up, grabs you, drags you into the stage. So I'm gonna set the over-under at 1.5. So I'm just writing the thing up now. So the over-under is 1.5. And you have to tell me if it's under or over. You have 1 minute to place your bets. Again, this is a completely RNG segment. In theory, the betting line would be right down the middle. So you're either guess betting I'm going to get 0 or 1 hands or 2 or 3. It is time for Gamba. Brought to you in association with BetPib, the premier gaming establishment for wagering your channel points live on Twitch. Pib, that's just the stock channel points betting feature. Shut up! Now, this will only be counted for the first attempt to go through the entire thing. If I get to the Navy, the Air Force stage, and I die, it's only for that first attempt to get there. All right. At this point, the betting is closed. All wagers are in. All right, here's one. Oh, okay, we've got one. We've had one. Now, it's not going to count if it does it again. The counter is still at 1. I'm going to do the stage anyway because it yanked me into it. The count is at 1. I'm going to do the stage anyway just because. Because, you know, it dragged me into it. I may as well do the goddamn thing. Betting popped and immediately closed. Oh, well. What are you going to do? So this one, you may realize you're just going up against all the various iterations of, you know, fucking Hammer Brother and adjacent that are in this game. In which we're just being given, you know, some weed, wee. All right. 2 more. Oh. So now the most we could possibly get is 2. The unders have it! Anyone who took the under is a winner. Anyone who wagered 1 or less, it was indeed 1 or less, and you're wandering away a winner. You just lost 40 large. Oh my goodness. Barton now says they got enough for 2 rounds of marbles. I will state, statistically speaking, always best to try and redeem those, I'd say, from the half-hour point to about the 3.5-hour point. I mean, you could legally invoke it now. It's just, you know, there's like better times in the show to do it. All right, Air Force stage. Can I do this goddamn thing on Little Mario? Let's see here. This one's kind of tricky because, you know, it's an auto-scroller, you see. Now, it's best to think of the stage more like it's not so much that you're advancing, it's just that, you know, the scenery is coming at you. You know, like there is no spoon, that sort of shit. This one's a bit of a big jump here. Just clear the wrench. Okay, good. Being on Twitch, clear the wrench. Pip, don't stop to do the rim shot. You don't have the time. So many goddamn wrenches. Ah, damn it. One of them got me. Now, if any of these hands pop up, they don't count towards the bet because the bet is closed. You know, how many P-Wings? I got 5 of them. I think we can afford to waste one here. There. Tell you what, I'm gonna double check the chair. I think we'll be okay while I do that. Just gonna make sure everything's cool over here. Is the chair good? What if is everything good back there? think it is. If I'm being quite honest. I think it is. Yeah. Perfect. Oh my goodness, and such good timing, too. I'm a professional, you see. All right, you bastard, you. Time to go all the way to downtown Fucktown. Oh, you can fly? Oh, that's cute. So can I. Bye-bye. All right, couple more stages, we can try and polish this whole goddamn thing off. A bona fide welcome on in. Or maybe it'll just be like, you know what, I did that. That was me. Because, like, I'm not going to go too much later, because I also want to hang out with Rio. Because, like, she was supposed to work overtime tonight, and she couldn't. I assume she didn't, and she's going to have to get up early tomorrow and maybe even work longer. And I'm like, I'd also like to hang out with her for a little bit before I go to bed, so... I mean, I could keep going, but, you know, my partner is very important to me. How about... let me see. You know what? I got a better idea. There's like an ancient YouTube video. I want to see if it's still there. There's like this ancient YouTube video. I want to see if it's still there. No, not that one. Don't tell me someone got rid of it. It's like a Mario 3 speedrun, but it's done to like Contra music. I wonder if that account's not there anymore. Come on. Mario 3 speedrun Contra music. That's enraging. Maybe I just have to play it myself. Fine, I'll just do it. You know what? Fine. Fine. Give me a speed run that's like a couple minutes long. How about... Not the wrong warp glitch. Give me... Not 254. It can't be that short. Come on, give me like an older task. YouTube, you're so fucking useless sometimes. You know that, right? I just want to make sure you know that. I'll just go with this one. Okay, that's a little too fast. That's a little too fast. Oh, that's called super fast. Ooh. That explains a lot. How about, okay, fine, just do this one. What the hell do I care? Just do it like this. I'm giving you classic vintage YouTube in a roundabout way. Wait, this is a bullshit one that doesn't even get you to the last boss. I forgot. That's the one that just basically does a fucking overflow glitch. No, I don't want that one. Give me... There's too many fucking Mario 3 task categories. I fucking... Just give me one that beats Bowser, you miserable bastards. Why is the internet gotta be so confusing? You know what? Fine. Just give me this goddamn one. Give me this guy's thing. Yeah, perfect. There. Let's keep going. Give me Frog Mario! Go get him, Frog Boy! Occurs to me, I may have moved the music too far forward. You can do it, Frog Boy! Hang on. One more second. Hang on. One more. I hate that he's not Frog Mario in this. Shouldn't it be Frog Mario at the end? Why is he no longer Frog Mario? I want an ending where she like, there's some outfits, if you go in there, she'll shit talk you. I think. Or is it just always this? Whatever. Thank you, Frog Boy, but our frogs are in another... Our Seaman is in another castle. God, not Seaman. That was an experience. There you go. I did that. That was me. I totally did that. You all saw that. You were all witnesses. I did that. That was me. All right, folks. Here's what we are going to do. We have live for a little over 4 hours, but yeah, like I said, I got a couple of the things I want to get done tonight. You have been beautiful. You have been marvelous. Apparently, my hot spot has been immense the whole evening. So now we know that it is battle tested. Good to know. I'm going to go ahead, power off the old Nintendo over here, and we're going to start to wind down for the evening. So there you go. The Iron Queen streak reigns supreme. Local internet outage? Forget it. The show went on with a wireless hotspot, and like I said, Kind of impressed. My little emergency parachute, in case I should ever need it, actually goddamn worked. I love having contingency plans that actually work. I love it. And you're watching it from a hot spot? Nice, Evan-esque. There you go. We had an interesting pseudo-scuffed broadcast in which we played Mario 3 and we shot off at the mouth about all kinds of things. Nintendo's death of, the concept of game ownership, of console ownership, Elon, Trump going at each other, what the fuck I even am. I think a good time was had by most. Oh, I noticed where the hell's my Ko-fi bar? Oh yeah, I imagine some of my sources must be toast because of... Hello? Oh, okay, there it is. All right. Before we figure out where we're going, let's read off the list of gravitas. Your biddies, rates, subs, and tippies to this channel, while never required, are always appreciated, and we love to shout at the end of the show. It was fun. Glad there, Budiran. Or Budiran, indeed. You gotta run up on this going other thing. Oh yeah, it's a lot. Fash Daddy and Fash Daddy are fighting. All right, let's see here. Over on the Twitch side of things here, let's see. We have Flounder, thank you very much for the resub. Golden Loki, thank you very much for the resub. Feral Snail, thank you for the resub. Dr. HD Shot, thank you for the resub. Cupcake the Fox, thank you for the resub. Thank you. If you are subbed to the channel, you can grab the first one. Also, if I can be asked to type it properly. Try that again. If you sub to the channel, grab the first one. You ain't subbed to the channel, grab the second one. We love to spread the love around. Not always at the same place in the face, but at the end of the day, drop you off somewhere where we think you're gonna have a good time. Let's see who's up to what, but who's on this wide, wonderful world we call it Twitch here. Let's see. Is there anyone here who isn't doing anything Nintendo Switch 2 related here? Let's see. Checking my list here. We got that's an option. That's an option. That's an option. Let's see here. Okie dokie. Okay. I think. All right. I think I know where we're gonna go. I joked that we got raided by this person, but we didn't really. We were just playing Resident Evil 3. But were you aware? Were you aware that there's someone who is in Resident Evil 3 who streams on Twitch? And I figure if I keep making jokes about the guy, the least I could do is drag it to him kicking and screaming. OG Brad Vickers, who amongst all of his various acting credentials can also be accused of being Brad Vickers from the original Resident Evil 3, is playing some of Resident Evil Village, and I'm going to drop you off with him. He may be in a follower-only mode, you understand. Sometimes people on Twitch are weird. It just means you got to make sure you hit that follow button when you get there so you can continue to see legends in action. We will be live next Saturday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, for the Retro Saturday Night. See, the problem is I've been being vague about it the entire goddamn broadcast, but I suppose now it's split up as shut up time. We're going to play some classic Sonic, possibly using the Sonic Origins collection on the Switch, and I'll be wearing my fat-tittied Tails look. You've seen Fat Titty Tails, now get Fat Titty Sonic, now get ready for Fat Titty Tails. Does it have two tails? Maybe. Come on by on Saturday night to find out for sure. Thank you very much everyone who followed, biddied, rated, subbed, lurked for, but put up with my bullshit we had the entire time. You all continue to contribute to the ongoing success of this shit show we call the Pib Show. Thank you very much for stopping by, and we'll see you next time. Good night, everyone. Boy, am I glad I was able to do this whole show. See you later, folks. Arrivederci.
Wow.